Hello, my heroes and villains. It is me, the ever illustrious Sauciest Grand. Hello, Hope. Hello, Onion. Hello, Wasdal. How is everyone doing on this day? Is me, and we're back in Corpse Factory. Looking at the VODs, things sounded fairly low on the game end, so I have turned the volume up. Hopefully things will be heard better, but let me know how volume seems. Once we get into the game, obviously, the title song sounds is not going to be particularly indicative of things. But yes, hello, how is everyone doing? Are we ready for more murder? I'm ready for murder. When we last left off, I feel like this is not where I saved. Oh, no, okay, it just started. When we last left off, bad things happened. We switched over to, Kojiro's perspective, found out he's a freak. He probably killed his girlfriend, or his girlfriend died or whatever, and then put her in a wall. That's now Noriko's apartment that Noriko doesn't go to anymore, 'cause she's killing like 20 people a day. But there's also a new person who is also killing like 20 people a day through photo manipulation. So boy, things are happening, and I'm excited to find out where it goes from here. Not a morning person, never have been, but running with Noriko has forced me to get up early more times than I can count. Doesn't mean I'm getting used to it, still can't prevent myself from yawning. You're good, Onion, no worries. Doesn't help that last night was a sleepless one. Couldn't convince my overactive mind to take a break. Mood. Even distractions couldn't help. Couldn't concentrate on reading, couldn't focus on tidying the apartment. Mood. Nothing worked. The same questions kept bouncing around the inside of my skull. When the sun came up, I decided to stop torturing myself and just confront Noriko. Perhaps she has some answers. Ooh, we're confronting.
Wake up.
Yeah, get up, lady. I lean over her near-lifeless body and whisper sharply. That didn't sound like a whisper. Don't want to scare her awake. Don't want her to ignore me either.
Noriko, wake up.
That sounded more like a whisper. My whisper becomes more of a hiss and the girl before me begins to stir. She rubs her eyes, a familiar sight thanks to all the times I've woken her up lately.
Again, Kojiro?
Well, yeah.
What time is it?
Early.
Listen, got some questions for you.
I also have questions. Are we ready for questions? She sighs, sits up, and reaches for her handbag lying next to her futon. After rummaging through its contents for a few seconds, she curses under her breath.
No coffee.
No coffee for you.
Here.
I toss her a silver can of coffee I picked up from a vending machine on the way over. He knows her so well. I know the drill by now. Know Noriko well. The can slips through Noriko's slender fingers and comes to rest safely in her lap.
Thanks.
She cracks open the tab and takes a long sip, effectively draining half the contents in one sip. Let's wait.
This is nice.
She thoughtfully examines the front of the can, running her fingers along the embossed logo.
How'd you like it? Now, questions.
Questions.
Fine. Go.
You know a guy named Kenji? With a daughter?
Yes.
Momo?
Noriko cocks her head to the side as if this was the last question she expected to hear from me.
Yeah. I know them.
Right. Kenji got arrested. I forgot about that.
They're my neighbors. Kind of. They live on the floor below me.
That's right. You on speaking terms?
More or less.
Her eyes dart away from mine and she takes a moment to think.
Almost sweet. A nice girl. Kenji. We used to talk, but
We used to talk, but then I had the freak out because I wasn't taking the pills.
Well, I think he's lost respect for me. Let's leave it at that.
I see.
This is weird. How do you know those two?
Suppose it can't hurt to tell her. Tomoe probably will if I
Went
don't.
to your apartment yesterday with Tomoe.
You did?
Had to collect clothes for you. Going upstairs, we saw Kenji get arrested by the police.
I'm gonna, if I can, I want to turn the music volume down a little bit. So the voice volume is higher so that I can turn it up a little bit more and the voices aren't overpowered.
Lots of cops. And the detective from TV.
Detective?
But like there, and I can turn it up a little bit more. Volume is a nightmare.
Wait, Kenji got arrested?
He sure did.
Why?
Don't know. They took him away in cuffs. Took Momo too.
No, the detective. You're not talking about the one heading up the murder investigations.
Sure am.
It's him. Big guy.
Fujikawa.
The spite in her voice.
Fujikawa.
Yeah.
Interesting. Didn't know his name before. Detective Fujikawa. Not exactly the type I want to cross. I think we might go murder him now. Noriko's shoulders slump.
Poor Kenji.
There we
I
go.
wonder why he got arrested.
Yeah, she just figured it out. It's because of you. A flicker of realization flashes across her face. Within a split second, Noriko's defeated expression gives way to a hideous, wicked smile. Her eyes narrow and a shrill laugh pierces my ears. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Noriko, no. Don't know if she's lost the plot or if she's figured something out.
All those precautions I took, all that preparation, it finally paid off.
This isn't good though, girl. We don't want Kenji to be arrested. Now Momo's gonna have no dad.
Spill it. What are you talking about?
Also, Kenji's gonna throw you under the bus immediately. They're gonna know it's you.
Okay. Right. Listen carefully. When this all started, when Corpse Girl first told me to start killing.
That's a very different way of saying this. Before it was, I'm Corpse Girl, I want to do this. Now she's saying Corpse Girl told her to do this. This probably has to do with her being off her medicine. Unless there's an actual Corpse Girl magic thing going on that has moved on to someone else. And Corpse Girl first told her. I thought she was Corpse Girl. That's what she's always referred to herself as.
I knew that running the website from my apartment was a risk. I knew accessing the database of the deceased could be tracked by anyone watching me.
Why are you gonna VPN?
I took certain measures to protect myself. To
Or
protect
use,
Corpse Girl's work.
what's it called? The onion browser? Tor. Yeah, the onion browser.
What did you do?
I pinned everything on Kenji Ogawa. I used his internet service, his Wi-Fi. I used his address for registering my website.
No!
I used his name for every service I signed up to. Everything I did created a trail of breadcrumbs that would point to Kenji in the event that the authorities ever came looking for Corpse Girl.
That's way more than just using his internet. Noriko? I thought you were just kind of a freak before. You might actually be evil. You might be a little evil. Devious. Cunning. Noriko planned everything from the start with a great amount of forethought. More concerning is the fact she wasn't afraid to throw her neighbor to the wolves in order to save her own skin. Yeah, for real. Still, if I take Noriko at her words, this rules Kenji out as the mastermind behind the human removal service. He couldn't be the herald that Junpei Matsumoto spoke of. He was just a scapegoat. Wrong place, wrong time.
Clever. I'm impressed.
Thank you. It finally paid off. The police will either treat Kenji as the culprit, or release him once they figure out he's not who they're looking for. Either way, they'll be back to square one, and I'm off the hook.
I don't know about that. I think it's gonna lead directly to you, because he knows you use his internet.
Sure, if you say so.
Hmm?
That's all well and good, but you've been conducting a lot of work recently, since you stopped living in your apartment.
What's your point?
Been logging into Corpse Girl's website from here, from the factory. You've been accessing that database of the deceased, too.
That maybe she got a VPN.
Don't you think if the authorities trace that, they'll just come looking for you here?
I'm using my cell service to connect to the web.
That doesn't necessarily make it better.
I'm not using a dedicated internet connection. And I'm running my connection through
Okay,
a proxy.
she
and that's
does have
my
a
IP address.
VPN.
That can't be traced, right?
I mean, it probably can, but it's a lot harder. I shake my head. I'm pretty sure it can be tracked. Not my area of expertise, though.
Don't know, but I'd be cautious if I were you. The cops will figure out Kenji's not guilty soon enough. Just you wait. Normal guy like that, he won't be able to give them any of the information they're looking for.
Untrue.
Wouldn't be surprised if he gets released before the weekend.
Just a little bit evil as a treat.
So?
Hitting a dead end like that will only enrage the police. Especially that detective, Fujikawa. Don't you think they'll redouble their efforts after that?
I mean, I would assume, based on, you know, there being like actually 10 murders a day, that their efforts are plenty doubled already.
They'll surely do whatever it takes to catch the true culprit.
Yeah, sure, I hear you, but Corpse Girl really isn't the one they're looking for. The human removal service is behind most of the recent deaths.
Yeah, but they think that's you.
They don't know that. They only have eyes for Corpse Girl. You made her famous. Made her known in every household across Tokyo. She's as much at fault as the human removal service. And you know it. If they catch you, let's just say you won't be let off the hook so easily.
Noriko folds her arms across her chest angrily. Not my fault she doesn't want to hear the truth. This whole conversation has given me a headache. All my assumptions on the identity of the Herald led me to a brick wall. Woden was the resub. Again, I feel like you just resubbed. What is happening? How is everyone resubbing so early? Thank you, I appreciate it. Am I just crazy? Has it been a month?
Got you good here.
Oh.
I'm fine.
I wasn't clicked out when I was scrolling. Yeah, you resubbed 6 days ago. Did Twitch do something that everyone can resub again? I don't understand. I'm looking at your resub message from 6 days ago. I don't understand. Whole conversation is giving me a headache. All my son led to a brick wall, but I did glean one piece of information from Noriko's words, a phrase that loops within my mind verbatim when Corpse Girl first told me to start killing. I rubbed my chin and thought, gotta go. You good here? Noriko drains the rest of her coffee and tells the can aside. Yeah, I'm fine.
Aye. Later then.
Noriko doesn't speak another word. I leave in silence. Got a few hours before I need to be at the morgue. Usual night shift. Not a good combination with an early morning. At least there are no deliveries to make today, for Noriko or for Corpse Girl. For the best. If Tomoe is quitting the business, we won't have a driver. Didn't really think that through when I encouraged her to go with her gut. Oh well, that's on Noriko. She's the brains behind the operation. I'm simply the muscle, just like I always tell her. Corpse Girl told Noriko to kill people. That's what she said. That's what Noriko, what Corpse Girl. That's what the person I know as Noriko told me. That begs a follow-up question. If Noriko isn't Corpse Girl, then who is? Is Corpse Girl a person? Someone whispering instructions in Noriko's ear? Has that always been the case? Was I so blinded by Noriko's ambitions for grandeur that I disregarded the truth behind her words? Is Noriko nothing but a puppet? Too many questions. Doubt Noriko will willingly spell it out for me. Not if she's gone to such lengths to mask the truth for so long. This is a big part probably on why they switch perspectives, because these are big questions and we would just have the answers to them if we were in Noriko. Maybe. When Corpse Girl first told me to start killing, I can't get that quote out of my head. Too many moving pieces in this puzzle. Noriko, Corpse Girl, the Human Removal Service, the Herald. Junpei Matsumoto and Kenji Ogawa. Too many assumptions. Too many shadowy figures. Makes me angry. Don't like it when I don't understand something. I'm clever, sharp, like to know everything. Like to predict what's going to happen. Like to remain one step ahead of everyone I know. Right now, I feel 3 steps behind. Behind Noriko, behind whatever Corpse Girl is. Maybe Tomoe has the right idea. Maybe getting out of the situation is for the best. Though, could I really make a clean break? Could I really just walk away? Noriko isn't afraid to play dirty. That has become increasingly more evident, especially with the Kenji situation. If I walked, would I have to be on guard for the rest of my life? Would I have to be cautious of every shadow that flirts in the darkness? Would Corpse Girl come to claim me as her own? That begs the question. If Tomoe quits now, will Noriko try to buy her silence with blood? Are we gonna kill Tomoe? Oh no. She'll do anything to ensure her name isn't dragged through the dirt. Tomoe knows too much as me. She could compromise Noriko's entire operation if she lets the wrong word slip in front of the wrong person. And she is not great at hiding things, although we've gone a month and she hasn't let it slip. Because of that, I have to believe that Noriko won't stand for it. Tomoe's life will be in danger if she quits now. I don't know how. I don't know by what means Noriko will strike from the shadows. The girl is weak of body, though strong of mind. And her ambitions are steeled by some otherworldly force of will.
Noriko won't let Tomoe walk away from this.
Speaking the words aloud and hearing the echo through my apartment helps reaffirm the truth. I have to warn Tomoe. I don't know if it's too late. I don't know if she's told Noriko that she'll be quitting. But there's no time to waste. We must save Tomoe from Mordor.
Can I help you?
Are they living together already? Or is he just hanging out?
Tomoe in?
She's, are you a friend of hers?
Something like that.
Yeah. This is an emergency.
Really? Hang on. I'll go get her.
I wait patiently as the guy, I assume Tomoe's boyfriend, goes to fetch her. It's fairly late now. The sun is setting. I might miss the start of my shift at the morgue. This is more urgent.
Kojiro?
Hi.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Need a word.
How'd you get my address?
I mean, should this really be that surprising to you?
You know what? I'd rather not know.
Tomoe, who is this guy? Why does he smell like...
Long story.
Is he bothering you? Should I,
Kinya, you're a good dude. What are you gonna do? He's like twice your size.
Should I take care of him?
Twice your size. My nostrils flare a little as I choke back a laugh. This guy is pretty scrawny. I'm no martial arts champion, but I find it hard to believe he'd pose a threat to me.
Nah, it's all good. He's harmless. Mostly.
I see.
He flashes me an untrusting
Need to
glare.
talk. It's important.
Fine, come in, come in.
Him.
I point a finger at the
He
boyfriend.
needs to go.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yes, come on.
What do you mean,
think I'm here to
seriously?
talk
You know
about?
what he's here to talk about.
Ugh. Yeah, fair point. Shinya, can you, like, clear off for a bit?
Tomoe, I want to know what's going on here.
No, illegal. Unallowed.
Just who is this guy? Is he an ex-boyfriend of yours?
Oh, just a friend.
Because I'll fight him. You just watch me.
Oh, Shinya. Oh, Shinya.
No need for that. Not here to steal your girl.
Just listen to him, Shinya. You've no need to worry.
Fine then. I can tell when I'm not wanted.
Oh, calm down. People are allowed to have things outside of you.
If anyone needs me, I'll be outside.
The boyfriend storms off like an upset toddler. I find myself alone to crack a smile. I finally allow myself to crack a smile.
What a catch.
Shut up. You don't know him like I do.
Okay.
Tomoe shuts the front door, leaving us alone in her
So
apartment.
what the fuck is this all about?
I need to know. Have you told Noriko you're quitting?
Nah, not yet. Surely you could have asked me that over noise.
Probs.
Probs.
Thought you might be in danger already.
Danger? Why?
Tomoe! I'm realizing it now that I've turned the volume up. Tomoe is like so much louder than everyone else.
have a theory.
Which probably is actually intentional, because she seems like a louder person.
Reckon Noriko will cut us up if we leave our merry band.
Nah. Noriko and I are besties. She wouldn't hurt me.
She's kind of crazy, though.
Don't act so certain. Noriko will do anything to protect herself. That neighbor of hers, the guy that got arrested, she set him up from the very start. Made him take the fall so she wouldn't become a suspect.
You're shitting me.
Dead serious. And
I take a moment to consider the best way to announce my next theory. I just realized if there is a ghost, it's probably Kojiro's girlfriend that died and was in Noriko's walls, because presumably she didn't start corpse girling until she got into this new apartment. And the main difference there would be there was a dead body inside that may or may not have affected her mental illness, or is a ghost that wants revenge. Take a moment to consider the best way to announce my next theory.
don't think Noriko's working alone.
Tomoe simply frowns at what I consider to be a startling revelation.
Well, of course she's not. We're working with her.
Because I didn't explain it well enough.
Not what I meant. Noriko. Noriko may not be the ringleader here like we assumed. She said, and I quote, "When Corpse Girl first told me to start killing," end quote.
But I get that he's taking this literally, which isn't wrong of him to do, but like, they know she has mental issues. They know that what I assume is paranoid schizophrenia. After the whole freak out where she got naked in the corpse bag, like, they know. So the potential that it is part of her illness not coming up, I feel like is an overlook, but given the situation, I'm not surprised they're going right to it's another person. Because, like, they're under the assumption now that, well, one, like, where did she get her power? How is she killing people? But two, they're now worried about the physical ramifications rather than worried about Noriko. They're actually thinking about themselves this time. Tomoe's silent contemplation convinces me that I'm onto something that neither of us had stumbled upon previously.
Well, shit. I thought Noriko was Corpse Girl. She always calls herself that. In fact, she even admitted it to me once. Yeah, I remember it.
Noriko could be, her mental illness could be progressing like getting worse. And now she has started to think of the two beings as different people.
I kinda suspected it and I asked her about it, and she confirmed it.
Sure about that?
Well, pretty sure, yeah.
Interesting.
Or she could go look at the exact dialogue.
Now I'm starting to doubt myself.
Don't sweat it. Noriko does refer to herself as Corpse Girl.
He most certainly
I'm sure of
has.
it.
Internally, too.
Right? I thought so.
But I'm still uneasy about it. Someone convinced her to start killing. And she seems to think it was Corpse Girl.
Ugh. I don't get it.
Neither do I. But I'll get to the bottom of it.
Right.
Kotaro has really gone very quickly from I'll do anything for Noriko to maybe I should betray Noriko.
For now, for your own safety, don't tell Noriko you're quitting.
Seriously?
I don't know how she'll react.
What a drag. I really don't want to do this anymore.
Be patient. Give me a bit of time.
You sure you can sort this out?
Yeah.
I'm not exaggerating my confidence. I'm determined to learn the truth about Noriko and the identity of Corpse Girl. Wait until he goes, I do anything to betray Noriko? Oh man, it's House of the Dragon all over again. He's Sir Crispy Cole. Maybe I can figure out why this all started. Why Noriko is so intent on continuing down her path of destruction.
Leave it to me.
Thanks.
Later then.
I make my way to the front door and swing it open. I'm slightly startled when heavy form stumbles into me. Uh-oh, he was trying to listen.
Oh.
With his ear pressed up against the door, Tomoe's boyfriend couldn't avoid falling forward as the door opened. I looked down at him sprawled on the floor, groaning.
You okay?
He'll be fine. Get up, Shinya.
He clambers to his feet and dusts off his trousers.
I was, just,
Gotta go. Bye.
Bye. Don't have time for this. I push past him and make my way out of the apartment complex. To work! My late arrival at the morgue is not met by any form of chastisement. The place is empty, devoid of life. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Though, something is off. It's too empty. Glancing around at the walls of cold chambers, I immediately notice something suspicious. The majority of the chamber doors aren't sealed shut. Someone's been stealing bodies. They're slightly ajar, as though the last person to access them didn't close them properly. I would never do such a thing. I know to press the door firmly enough that they lock in place. Leaving a cold chamber unsealed is a surefire way to assist in a cadaver's deterioration. And an unsealed chamber allows the odor of decay to leak into the morgue. Right now, I don't smell anything out of the ordinary, which means they're empty. Meaning, these cold chambers are empty. Someone has removed the cadavers that were stored inside. This place was full to the brim just a day ago. There wasn't a single empty cold chamber. Now, a cursory glance shows that a good 90% of the cold chambers are unsealed.
Fuck.
Yeah, fuck indeed. And there's no way Noriko did this. My initial sense of uncertainty gives way to panic. I jog towards the left wall of chambers and start pulling the sliding trays out one by one. Empty. 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 One after the other. Each chamber is devoid of its macabre contents. Even the HRPs have been removed.
Shit.
I come across one cold chamber that is still sealed. I press the release button in as I pull the handle forward. The familiar hiss of cold air escaping from the hollow space does little to allay my fears. I slide the tray out and sigh. Empty. It would seem that even the properly closed chambers have been evacuated.
Oh, fuck, shit, fuck, shit.
I dash to the opposite wall, the row of cold chambers that store bodies not due for cremation. The row that Noriko isn't allowed access to. But, just like the other wall, every chamber is empty. Doors ajar, unsealed, empty. I thoroughly check each and every one. I trudge towards the computer at the far wall. Logging into the inventory, I scan through the list of recent arrivals and departures. No bodies came in today. Unusual, but not itself a cause for concern. More importantly, no bodies have been checked off as removed from the premises. Each and every body that has disappeared from this place has not been accounted for. The correct protocols have not been adhered to. I can only draw one conclusion. The morgue has been robbed! Who, though? Who besides Noriko would
Sorry
want
to rock
this?
up so late.
It's fine. I was awake.
Okay. Bad news.
Hit me.
Morgue's been plundered.
Plundered? What, are you a pirate now?
Yar!
Wait. Your tone. You're not joking.
No.
Explain.
All the cadavers have been stolen. Cold chambers are completely empty.
Fuck!
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
How could you let this happen?
I mean, what do you mean, how could he let this happen? He wasn't at work.
Me? I'm no security guard. Don't put this on me.
How am I supposed
That's
to
a
acquire
noise.
corpses now?
I mean, wait a day.
How the fuck am I supposed to appease Corpse Girl?
Uh-oh. Okay. Appeasement now. Despite the fact that she's having a Noriko moment, I don't miss the fear in her voice. This is very different. Appease Corpse Girl. Not something you'd say if referring to yourself. She's clearly referring to someone else, some other being. Time to put her on the spot. Sick of always being 3 steps behind.
Who's Corpse Girl?
What?
Who is she?
Don't act dense. I'm Corpse Girl.
No, you're not.
If you're trying to be funny, it isn't working. Now isn't the time. We've lost everything, Kojiro. I've got a couple of bodies here at the factory, but they're allocated to victims already. If Corpse Girl gets any new requests, we won't be able to fulfill them.
There. You did it again. You referred to Corpse Girl as another person.
She has done that before. Where she's been like, if Corpse Girl gets requests. I always took that as like her just referring to the site. But given this new information, no, she has third person this several times.
Can you stop messing around? Don't you see how serious this is?
I do.
I do. I see how serious this entire situation has become. Noriko's delusional. Well, yeah. She refers to Corpse Girl both as herself and as another person. She pays no heed to the difference in her words, even when called out on it. She doesn't seem to be aware that she's doing it. Could be a personality disorder. Can't place blame on her if that's the case. But I think it's more than that. She believes she's being guided or goaded by Corpse Girl, forced to achieve her ambitions. There's more to it than a personality disorder. Something I'm not seeing.
So, what do we do?
Noriko delusional? What part in particular cued you into that? I don't know what you're talking about.
What can we do?
Well, first of all, you're gonna have to report that the corpses have been stolen either to your boss or the police. Probably both. Because otherwise you will come under suspicion.
You'll have to break into another morgue. Start stealing corpses for me.
Noriko, that's not the correct thing here. It's also not the correct concern here.
What do you mean, no? Don't say no to me.
I'd do just about anything for you. But sometimes, you need to know when to call it. There's no moving forward from here.
Yeah, no, this is a problem.
I can't give up, Kojiro. I've come so far.
Somebody stole the cadavers from the morgue. From my morgue. Somebody who knows what I'm involved in.
Which means it's the Herald.
It wasn't an attempt to stop what we're doing.
What do you mean?
It was a message. Whoever did it wanted to prove that they are more powerful than we are. Pulling several hundred stiffs from a morgue, all at once, without getting busted? That's something even we couldn't achieve. Someone knows our operation, inside and out.
I mean, it probably actually was whatever Corpse Girl actually is.
Someone knows what we do and how we do it. And they wanted to prove that they can do it better.
The human removal service.
Who else?
Damn it.
Hope you can see the truth now.
I do have a few theories. Like I said, one would be Kojiro's girlfriend who is dead in Noriko's walls. One would be there is just like a evil demon force that is probably also the Herald, or talking to the Herald in some way. Like they use a person as like an avatar of death or whatever, because we've gotten too far for it to not be magic.
We can't continue with them in the picture.
You're right. Our next move is to destroy them. Destroy the Herald.
That wasn't exactly what I was getting at. I was only trying to discourage Noriko from continuing with her operation.
What do you propose?
You said you'd do nearly anything for me.
Nearly being the key word here.
More or less.
Then, hunt down Junpei Matsumoto. Again.
Kill him this time.
He needs to reveal the identity of his leader, the Herald.
Right. Didn't work so well last time.
Well, yeah, but only because Girl showed up. Can't forget that night. Had the guy beaten and bruised on the ground. Stubborn pup.
You were interrupted last time. Aoi got in the way, didn't she?
She did.
Yeah. Tried to defend her boyfriend.
You need to extract information from Junpei at any cost.
Any cost? Even if it involves hurting her?
When you're done, kill him.
I have no problem with that. But if Aoi is present again, I'll have to back down.
A few seconds of silence makes me ponder if Noriko still has her head in the conversation. I'm about to repeat myself when she finally speaks. Here it comes.
If Aoi interferes, kill her.
Yep, there it is. Noriko is gone now. And just like that, Noriko's true heart is revealed. She will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. I was right to fear for Tomoe's life earlier. Yeah, if she's gonna go this far for Aoi, Tomoe didn't stand a chance. I was right to fear for my own. If Noriko will cut down her best friend in the world, then she will show no mercy to anyone else. This kind of resolve, this steel-hearted determination. I can't help but admire it. I respect Noriko.
If I do this for you, I want something in return.
What?
Be with me.
Yeah! Let's do the death date.
You still want me?
Yeah, he's kind of a freak.
I've never wanted you more.
Really a freak.
I'm in love with you, Noriko, in case that wasn't clear before.
Okay. Take care of this issue for me, and you can call me yours. I'll be your girlfriend, or your wife, or your mistress. Whatever you want.
I don't want to touch your boobs.
My heart will be yours.
That's all I wanted to hear. All I needed to hear. I don't want to be alone anymore. I don't want to feel lonely. I feel like this isn't the way to go about it. Noriko, Shizuko, even Tomoe. It doesn't matter. I just want somebody to love me, to hold me.
Okay, I'm on it. Leave it to me.
Kojiro deserves a head pat. And also probably to go to a mental asylum. But like, one that is actually good and not, you know, one of those bad mental asylums that treats people like shit. Which is a lot of them. What do you mean? This isn't the most healthy relationship model right here. Hey, I didn't say nothing. I think this relationship is great and good, and I support them. And it's honestly kind of goals. But wanting to be with her just as I don't want to be lonely anymore might not be good.
Thank you, Kojiro. I'm putting my faith in you.
I step back, turn around, look up, stare at the stars in the pollution-clouded sky. When we get together, perhaps we can live in Noriko's apartment. My old place. It'll be like coming home after a long absence. Noriko will replace Shizuko in my heart, and life will go on. You know, Kojiro might not be mentally well. It's the same stakeout as last time. Junpei Matsumoto, in his infinite wisdom, posted on Noise about visiting the maid cafe today. Don't know why he doesn't set his profile to private, especially after I followed him home last time. But I won't be following him again today. I'll confront him inside the maid cafe, a place where Aoi is unlikely to be since she quit her job a while ago. Right, yeah, I was gonna say, did she really quit if Junpei is still going there? Although, did she really quit? If memory serves, she was dressed as a maid last time I encountered her. It's not that I have qualms about killing her. In fact, I'm not even bothered that Noriko is okay with ordering her death. I'm just thinking about the future. When Noriko and I marry, we'll want friends and family to attend the wedding. Noriko will need bridesmaid, a maid of honor. Aoi will be perfect for one of those roles. And by sparing her life now, I can kick off my new life with Noriko on a high note. I mean, you don't need that. I'm aware other people will be present in the cafe. I have no intention of hurting them. This is not a great plan. I'll force as many people as possible to evacuate, or I'll corner Junpei somewhere private. The dog himself arrives as I'm playing through the possible scenarios in my head. He waltzes through the front door, completely oblivious to my presence across the street. I'll give him some time. Let him get comfortable, lower his guard. The weight of the blade inside my pocket is unfamiliar. Not like it's so heavy that it will restrict my movement. It just feels strange. Figured it was better not to tackle this unarmed. It's an emergency measure. After 20 minutes, I approach the maid cafe's entrance. Oh, this is cute. Not a fan of the atmosphere. Too flashy for me. Prefer somewhere more simple, laid back. Junpei at the table near the far wall, alone. Not that I expected any different. A blonde maid trots over to refill his drink. He nods politely, but doesn't say a word. Hasn't seen me come in yet. Someone asks if I want a table. I don't respond. Someone else chimes in. Something about paying the cover charge. I don't know. My attention is on the dog. This is not a good place to do this. No one attempts to hold me back as I march towards my prey. He finally sees me, but I'm 5 steps away and it's too late.
Long time.
You're crazy, man. Get away from me.
Looking at him up close, he doesn't seem to be worth. He doesn't seem too worth for wear, considering our last encounter. Start to wonder if I went too easy on
Can I
him.
sit here?
Hell no! Get out of here!
Thanks.
I pull up a chair and sit directly across from him. The blonde maid from before offers me a menu. Then she gasps when I hear something shatter on the floor.
It's you!
Yeah, she is here. Of course she's here. Strange. Aoi didn't quit her job after all. Did she lie to Noriko? Did Noriko lie to me? I'm 90% sure it's her anyway.
Stay back, babe. I got this.
Yep, it's her.
Thought you quit.
Huh?
I thought you quit this job.
What? How would you know that?
I realize I shouldn't spill any details on my relationship with Noriko.
Forget it.
Oh, you think you're hot stuff, right? Tailing me, beating me up,
Yeah.
and now you're digging into my girl's business? The fuck is wrong with you, man?
Excuse me for a second.
Stand up slightly and lean over the table. Junpei recoils as my fist pummel his nose.
Sorry, had to do it.
Sit back down and wipe my bloodied knuckles with a napkin. Junpei clutches his face and sobs. Aoi is visibly shaking, standing next to her dog, unsure how to react. By some miracle, I don't think anyone else around witnessed the punch. For the best, means we can get down to business without interruption.
Some questions for you.
You broke my nose!
Shush.
Could have
You
answered
asked my
last
question
time.
yet?
Aoi somehow gathers the courage to flee. I don't watch her leave, but I get the sense she's gone to
What do
fetch
you
help.
know about the robbery of the hospital morgue?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, not the answer I wanted.
Junpei makes the mistake of possessing fingers. I jam a steel fork into the back of his left thumb to pin it to the wooden table.
You're going to give me the answers I want. Am I clear?
You're a nutcase. You're psycho.
Yeah, he's kind of out there, huh?
No. For my next question, how did you find out about my involvement with Corpse Girl?
Seems that Junpei is carefully weighing his response for the first time. Instead of outright defiance, he wisely chooses to grant me a satisfactory answer.
It wasn't hard, man. You're not the most stealthy dude around, you know?
This is correct. I mean, he's doing this in a maid cafe, which I'm going to assume probably has cameras, but nothing in this world seems to have cameras, actually. And there's just people here, and he's not even wearing a mask.
Explain.
Ooh, and that blonde gal girl, Tomoe Watanabe? You're not cautious enough.
So, he knows Tomoe's identity and her involvement. This hound is truly a liability.
It's not hard to tell you when you drive that hunk of shit van around town, dropping dead bodies off to Corpse Girl's targets.
This is fair. He's right. He knows a lot. Way too much. How far does his knowledge extend?
I see.
How does he know this and the police don't?
My next question, then. Do you know Corpse Girl's identity?
I think the real question is, do you?
No. No, he doesn't. And the fact that you know that is kind of a problem. I consider his words. Do I know Corpse Girl's identity? Beginning to doubt that. Had he asked me a week or two ago, I would have thought of Noriko immediately. Now. The way that Noriko has been referring to Corpse Girl, I'm not so certain. But I won't let this wounded mutt have the upper hand. I won't let him pry open gaps in my defense.
Wrong answer.
The only other piece of cutlery at hand is a metal spoon. Ugh. I drive the slightly pointed rear end of it into the pointer finger on Junpei's already injured hand. He's intentionally stifling his cries of pain, and I don't know why.
Corpse Girl's identity?
Fine. Noriko Kurosawa.
Okay. Interesting.
I see.
A hesitant tap on my shoulder from behind me causes me to turn.
Leave him alone.
Aoi has somehow gathered a half dozen other bystanders. Yeah. They're all glaring at me, fists clenched, ready to try and forcibly remove me from the premises.
We're not done here. Come back later.
Let my Junpei go. Stop hurting him.
From an outwardly meek girl, Aoi has more courage than I expected. I stand up and stretch my neck. I'm not looking for a fight with a bunch of cafe patrons. Heaving a sigh, I dip my hand in my pocket and withdraw the knife. Flashing it in front of the mob says more than my words ever could. They all back off, a few letting out snivels of despair. Aoi, either out of bravery or fear, holds her ground. A single watery tear welling in her left eye discloses her true feelings.
Leave. Everyone. Now.
Doesn't take more than this animalistic, primitive command to convince the crowd to disperse and rush for the door. Aoi is among the fleeing throng, and she mouths the word sorry as she catches Junpei's eye. Satisfied that we will not be interrupted further, I return my attention to Junpei. He sobs vocally.
Don't kill me, man. I'll do whatever you want, you know? Please, I'm begging you. I've got my whole life ahead of me.
Relax. Only one more question for you.
What? What is it?
I feel like you have a few more questions, actually.
Who runs the human removal service? Who is the Herald?
I'm being completely honest with you, man. I don't know who he is.
Tell me what you do
He
know.
wears this creepy-ass mask and never speaks.
Can't quite tell if the dog is being sincere or lying through his teeth.
I need more than that. Who would know his identity?
Shit. Look, man. The human removal service. It's only the two of us. Me and the Herald. He recruited me online, you know?
Interesting.
Makes me do his legwork. So, if I don't know who he is, no one does. Except him.
Because he talked about this like it was a much bigger thing previously. Not good enough. Not the answer I'm looking for. I lean over the table once more, keeping my knife clearly within the dog's vision.
Not happy with that answer. Pick a finger.
Shit, no, dude, seriously. Ask me a different question. Please, please.
Where do you meet?
Kojiro.
Oh, hi Noriko. A voice I didn't expect to hear rings out from behind me.
Enough.
Why are you here?
I overheard everything. It's enough information to
Why
use.
are you here?
Is it?
Noriko strides forward. It's a little unnerving seeing her in the real world, away from the factory. She's been cooped up there for so long. Her pale skin looks almost otherworldly beneath the cafe's gaudy lights. I feel like this might not be Noriko and he's hallucinating. For whatever reason, she's wearing her best clothes. They're almost clean, as though she recently did her own laundry. She walks with purpose, one foot in front of the other, but her gait is unsteady and she is visibly trembling. At the end of her path, she rests her palms against Junpei's table and takes a calming breath.
You stole the corpses from the morgue.
No.
Yes.
Noriko doesn't miss a beat as she flashes her phone at Junpei. I can't see what's displayed on the screen, but the dog hangs his head almost immediately.
I robbed the morgue.
Noriko pockets her phone. She then tosses a small bundle of bandages onto the table. Bandages. Junpei hastily grabs the offering with his good hand.
Get out of here. Get Aoi to bandage you up.
Huh. Did she change her mind about him dying, or did she just want Kojiro to go into this with the intent of killing him?
And not a word of this to the police.
Yes.
There were at least a dozen people that are gonna report this to the police. I guess they don't know who they are. They don't know Kojiro's name, he does, but still. It's a great deal of effort and a grimace. Junpei plucks the cutlery from his pierced hand and yelps. Not daring to remain in my presence any longer, he bolts towards the door.
We're just letting him go?
Yes.
Don't understand.
You don't need to.
Don't like that. Don't feel comfortable not knowing what's going on.
What did you show him on your phone?
Leave it, Kojiro.
No, tell me. I was gonna murder this guy for you.
Put the knife away. We're leaving.
I obey her orders, returning the knife to my pocket. I follow her unsteady lead and we exit the empty maid cafe. Noriko gasps unhealthily as she quickly consumes her weight in water. Me too. Yeah, how fast he changed his mind. I need to know what was on his phone. And also, was he actually telling the truth? Or does she just, like, want a scapegoat? It's a loud swallow. She brings her sleeve to her lips and wipes her mouth dry. The empty water bottle catches against the concrete. Noriko's gaze returns to me.
That's a bit better.
The visit to the maid cafe got the better of her. He spent too much energy intervening in the confrontation. Yeah, I feel like it's not proof about him doing something. I feel like it's a picture of Aoi. We know Noriko has special pictures of Aoi. So, but her motives for doing so remain unclear.
Fill me in.
There's no need to kill Junpei.
Why? He knows everything. Knows me, knows Tomoe.
Yeah, but now he's scared.
He knows you.
Noriko hesitates, but she doesn't flinch at the revelation. Something tells me she already knew this much.
Junpei Matsumoto will be dead by sunrise.
Did you send him a corpse photo?
I made a request, Kojiro.
Wait, you can do this? You can request things yourself? A request? The first thought that jumps out at me is that she requested for Corpse Girl to kill Junpei. No, she made a request to the human removal service. But that's a ridiculous notion, isn't it?
I see. I don't think Corpse Girl can take care of him. He knows her whole operation.
Noriko's raised eyebrow conveys her confusion.
What? No, I didn't make a request through Corpse Girl's website. What would be the point of that?
A shrug, because I truly don't know what else she could have
I
meant.
used the other website, the Human Removal Service. I made a request for the death of Junpei Matsumoto.
Oh. But again, what good would that do? Junpei is an accomplice. If his colleague, the veritable, supposedly immortal Herald, receives a request to kill him, it would simply be ignored. Unless... A starting realization dawns on me.
Shit, of course. Why didn't I suggest that?
A haunting smirk is inscribed across Noriko's features. She knows that I have finally drawn the same
The
conclusion.
Herald is ambitious. His convictions are strong. Absolute. Just like mine. Like Corpse Girl's.
So, the non-spoken thing here is that if somebody requested, say, Tomoe or Kojiro, she would do it and kill them.
Corpse Girl's convictions, huh?
I guess she's never directly killed anyone. She just sends the photos, but
Corpse
still.
Girl would never reject a request.
That's right. Junpei Matsumoto is disposable. A pawn, the Herald will deal death to him in the same manner as any other nameless victim.
I see.
But more important than Junpei being killed is what we will discover in the aftermath.
Oh, what, are we gonna go follow him?
Explain.
By knowing that Junpei is the next to be targeted, we can observe him and witness the Herald's killing method firsthand.
Ah, it's brilliant. Noriko has laid the perfect trap. By sparing Junpei's life today, we've set him up to be slaughtered by his own compatriot. And we can use his death as a means to uncover exactly how the Herald brings low his victims.
Have to add it to you. This is a pretty fantastic plan.
I know.
A few things.
You have doubts?
Not doubts, exactly. Firstly, how do we know exactly when Junpei will be killed?
Noriko sweeps her hair behind her ear and scoffs, as though the answer should be as clear to me as it is to her.
I specifically requested the time of death.
You can do that?
You can do that?
The Human Removal Service demands it.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Kojiro, please stop copying me, find your own words.
Second topic. What if you're wrong?
What?
What if the Herald isn't willing to kill his own ally?
In that case, it will prove something important.
And what is that? That he's not as ambitious as you?
It will prove that we're dealing with a complete amateur.
No, I don't know about that.
Someone whose convictions could never reach the strength of Corpse Girl's.
Just like that, Noriko reaffirms my earlier suspicions. Corpse Girl truly would destroy her own allies in order to see her ambitions fulfilled. Tomoe, myself, our souls are shackled to Corpse Girl's own black void, yet we are not saved from her wrath. Should Noriko will it, our flames will be snuffed out in moments. We are nothing to her. Dirt. Dust. Ash. We will be blown away like the useless incinerated remains of a cadaver.
Understood. Let's uncover the secrets behind the Human Removal Service.
Bum, bum, bum. Alright, this is Junpei's apartment parking lot. Another early morning, if you can call it that. Haven't gone to sleep yet, so it still feels like late night. Noriko has me on a short leash. Think she knows it too. Apparently, she specified this is the place of Junpei's death. Don't know how she knew of it. This parking complex belongs to Junpei's apartment building. It extends 2 or 3 levels underground. Again, Noriko specified the exact location of the death. Kodro, she thinks we're dirt, and honestly, that's so hot. When she's all red flags, but red's your favorite color, so what it do, baby? I can help her, but honestly, whatever she's on is way hotter. The human removal service seems to take user requests very seriously.
How much further in?
Shh. Keep your voice down. I'm just looking for a good vantage point that we can hide.
There's not a lot of spaces to hide in a parking complex like this. Her words are severed by a violent gasp. Unable to speak another word, she simply points. My eyes obediently follow the direction of her slender finger. Is he already dead? Oh, hey, there they are. Okay, so it's not Noriko.
Oh.
It's not a second Noriko, or Noriko was a split personality, because that is a different person.
Disappointing. Missed the main event.
Junpei Matsumoto is already dead. He's floating in a sea of his own lifeblood. Vicious stab wounds practically glow red along his back. After examining his remains, I turned my attention to a less interesting figure standing motionless beside him.
You.
The masked stranger looks like the villain from a B-rated slasher film. He's covered from head to toe in dark clothing, a zipped-up jacket with an extra long sleeves, a hood, a skirt. The cut of the figure's clothes combined with his physique makes it the impression he may in fact be female. This is Aoi. This is Aoi. Because there's no... okay. So the Aoi or Shinya. And I think it's Aoi. But this description could be Shinya. But there are... So I'm going full Nox's Decalogue, Van Dyne's Commandments here. There are only like 5-6 characters that have been involved in this story. You're not gonna pull a random one out of this because it would ruin the mystery aspect if it's just a random person. So it's either Aoi or Shinya, because that's not Tomoe. There's no way. I've said, I think I said when this first started that's Aoi. But she could be a red herring. It could genuinely be Shinya, because he, you know, he's got the complex where he loves all these, detective cases, but he can't do it himself, etc., etc. But we'll keep going and we'll find out. Is this the Herald we've been searching for? The bloody corpse at her feet would suggest that it is so. Okay, we're calling it a her now.
That mask.
The mask. It's simple. White, probably porcelain. It's reminiscent of something. Some fictional character, maybe some film villain after all. The Herald still hasn't moved. She's still as a statue, gaze vacant, her eyes impossible to discern behind the mask.
Are you the Herald?
For the first time, the figure moves. It's a startling, jerky motion like a mannequin or a puppet being pulled by strings. Her head cocks to the side and she seems to notice our presence for the first time. Okay. That description makes me think I'm going back to the possession thing, where there is a demonic entity that is possessing people to do this stuff. So this might still be Aoi, but she might be possessed to do it. But an answer to Noriko's question is not forthcoming. I step up to the plate.
You really immortal?
Oh. The Herald doesn't react to my voice like she reacted to Noriko's. She's returned to a stiff, doll-like state. Pretty easy to prove if someone or something is immortal, and I've always had a curious mind. I draw the knife from my pocket and launch it at the mannequin. The blade embeds itself in the thing's shoulder, and she doesn't so much as flinch as a trickle of blood pools around the shining steel. Oh, a little bit of hiccups now.
Mr. Hart.
I think they're gone.
Kojiro, why did you do that?
What do you mean, why? Shrug and take a step towards the Herald, before Noriko tugs at my coat and holds me back. Takes my place and puts herself between me and the Herald.
Tell us who you are. We deserve to know that much.
Something in Noriko's words, the sound of her voice, and the tone of her plea causes the herald to move once more in acknowledgement. But the motion this time is quick, fast, calculated. The herald moves a sleeved hand to withdraw the knife from her shoulder. Why did you let her have the knife? And she allows the blade to drop down to the concrete ground with a dull ting. Before the knife hits the ground, the herald turns her back to us and breaks into a sprint. Pick up the knife! You're leaving so much information
Not
here.
gonna chase her.
Don't bother. We won't catch up.
The herald disappears into the darkness of the parking lot. We're left standing by the corpse of Junpei Matsumoto.
Well, we didn't see the killing.
At least not
But-
sprinting on all fours. What? Listen, I would like a visual novel about actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. He gets down on all fours and breaks into a sprint. He's gaining on you.
At least the request was granted.
He's right. Her gambit paid off. The herald killed her own ally. She has proven her convictions are strong. I crouched down to examine Junpei's corpse, but it's hard to get a good look in the darkness. Regardless, it's clear that the dog is dead.
Should we leave the body?
Going to send a text.
Huh? Who are you messaging?
See if I can pull a few strings. Wouldn't mind if the corpse ended up at my morgue.
What are you planning?
What are you planning? You're just putting information towards yourself.
Nothing. Really. Just want to prod and poke a bit.
Noriko's subsequent grunt is a clear indication that she doesn't fully believe me.
Do what you want. I've gained as much from this as I had hoped.
I let it trail off as I turned my attention to my phone. I swiped through my contacts and quickly compose a message to a few people in particular. If all goes well, an investigation team will shortly arrive to examine this scene. I'll be gone by then, but if my contacts do their job correctly, they'll haul Junpei back to the morgue. Have you done this before? Question 1. Question 2. Why are you able to do this? Question 3. How will this not be traced back to you? I pocket my phone and scurry towards the blood-soaked knife I launched at the herald. Slides back in my pocket and I signal to Noriko that we should depart.
Junpei Matsumoto.
Goodbye. She waves half-heartedly at the corpse and lets out a childlike giggle. Scant few hours of sleep didn't offer much in the way of refreshment. Have to be at the morgue again in an hour. Not that there's much to do there since the place was robbed. You did report that, right? Perhaps a few more cadavers will have arrived. Perhaps Junpei Matsumoto's corpse will be there. I should take this opportunity to take a breath. Been a while since life slowed down like this. No requests coming through for Corpse Girl. No bodies to haul around with Tomoe. No cadavers to catalog at the morgue. Life should be good. I'm still alone. And Noriko may decide to discard me at any moment. Why does that make me want her more? Do I want to prove my worth? My value? No, you're just into the red flags, man. Prove to her that I'm worth keeping around? Don't know. Doesn't matter in the long run. After brewing myself a cup of coffee using the French press Tomoe gifted me, I take a seat in my chair. Sitting alone in the darkness is somewhat depressing, but it's only temporary. I won't be alone forever. Soon, Noriko will sit here with me. I thought you were gonna go back to her apartment. We'll be together in the darkness. I'll make her see my worth. I'll make her love me the way I love her. I don't know that she's capable of that. I guess that's not true. She is in love with Aoi. I'll make her fill the void that Shizuka left in my life. I'll make her treat the gnawing pain in my insides. I'll make her save me from falling into despair, from falling into old habits. What are these old habits? Noriko will save me from myself just like Shizuka once did. I take a sip of my coffee. It's still a little hot and it scalds the gap in my mouth, where my tooth once was. Right. Junpei knocked a tooth out. I forgot about that. It hurts. But I'll be okay. Soon. It's hard to hide a smile when plans unfold perfectly. The body was here waiting for me when I arrived at the morgue. Staring down at the pallid corpse of Junpei Matsumoto fills me with more satisfaction than I thought possible. The dog is dead, and my early morning encounter with his executioner wasn't just some fever dream born from wishful thinking. His body is riddled with stab wounds, deep, clean, piercing cuts, but those injuries were not inflicted by a knife. I'm no forensic pathologist, but the wounds are too thin and too deep. Each intrusion is about the width of a chopstick. Doubt he was killed by chopsticks, though you can never rule out everything. My gaze pans down his body, looking for anything of interest. The rest of his form looks ordinary. Nothing to note. I'll zip up the bag now and return him to the allocated cold chamber. Might take him out once in a while to have a laugh. As I raise the zipper, covering his legs and groin, I have to shift his arms to fit them within the HRP. And then I flinch, and my hands instinctively retract from the cadaver. I'm used to the ice-cold touch of a body fresh from its containment chamber, the sensation of lifeless, preserved flesh. Thus, it wasn't the sensation of touch that caused me to startle. It was the sight of something out of the ordinary, something I'd somehow missed during my initial observation. Junpei's fingers. 5 thick, meaty digits on each hand. 10 perfectly intact, dead but otherwise healthy fingers. It was only days ago that I pierced 2 of his fingers, his thumb and his pointer finger, using cheap metal cutlery. I can't forget the distinct feeling of plunging those implements through flesh and bone, pinning his fingers to a table. The corpse before me shows no evidence of ever being injured in such a manner, so either this isn't him, that wasn't him at the, at the diner, or he has regeneration, because I think it wasn't him at the diner, because Kojiro mentioned that he didn't have the wounds that he should have after being beaten up. Nobody can heal wounds like that without medical attention. Even then, stitches and scars will remain. But Junpei Matsumoto's digits are 100% intact and puncture-free.
Interesting.
Come to think of it, didn't I snap another few of his fingers in half the time I confronted him? In half, that time I confronted him outside his apartment? I'm sure I did. Crushed the bone with my own fist. But this corpse's hands don't show any signs of that either. Normal to the touch. No visible bruising. How many Junpei Matsumotos are there? On a whim, I pull out my phone and open Noise. I navigate to Junpei Matsumoto's profile. Load a few profile elements, swipe through them one by one. Put my phone right next to Junpei's head, comparing the similarities between Junpei's photos and his dead body. Alright, so yeah, this isn't him. Everything becomes clear immediately. Certain elements of Junpei's features don't match. His nose is broader in photos, his lips are thinner, more taut. The corpse in front of me is not Junpei Matsumoto. It's a copy. A clone. Junpei Matsumoto's death was faked for our entertainment. The body lying on the ground in front of the Herald was planted there before we arrived, planted to convince us that Junpei has met his maker. The Herald did not kill Junpei. The Herald simply used one of Corpse Girl's tricks and produced a carbon copy body. All in order to fool myself and Noriko. What if that's been happening the entire time? Like, the human removal no, I guess you'd notice if... There wouldn't be reported murders, probably. In that case. As this revelation settles in my mind, I come to another conclusion. The morgue being robbed was no coincidence, yeah. Absolutely. I can almost guarantee that the cadaver used to replicate Junpei's death was stolen from this very place. A weapon of deception stolen and turned against us. And the morgue was targeted before Noriko even requested Junpei's death. Almost as if the human removal service predicted Noriko's movements in advance. Is that even possible? All I know for sure is that the dog is still out there, still skulking around working for his master. This is starting to get interesting. So are you gonna tell Noriko?
Okay, I think I'm up to date. I guess it was a good thing you decided to prod and poke Junpei's corpse.
Yes, you
as
told
put it.
Noriko.
Guess so.
I thought you were just being your usual morbid self, taking corpses for your own use, whatever that may be.
I don't
know
think
what
he
to
actually
tell you.
does that.
Well, I'm glad you acted, faking Junpei's death. What's their end goal? What did they really accomplish by pulling such a stunt?
There's a million possible answers to that question. Can't know the real truth. Not yet.
Obvious answer would be that they wanted to deceive us.
Yeah.
Make us think we have the upper hand.
I came to the same conclusion. They think they've fooled us, but we know better. Can we use that to our advantage?
Probably.
Don't know.
Sometimes you're helpful, and other times you're
Yeah,
just...
he's not really helping her here.
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
It irritates her when I withhold my thoughts. Sometimes I act like this just to elicit a reaction from her. She's cute when she's pissed off. Oh man, he's down bad.
I don't know what we should do next. We're kind of at a dead end, right?
Kind of.
Corpse Girl's website has gone silent. No one is requesting deaths anymore.
Well, either that or the, like, incoming notifications have been blocked by the police.
But, if I'm to believe the news, there are still dozens of people being killed all around the city.
So many people.
Which means the human removal service is still as active as ever.
Don't beat yourself up. Don't have any cadavers at the morgue anyway. Can't exactly fulfill any requests.
True.
She sighs and rubs her eyes. Despite her tired, exhausted appearance, she's dealing with recent events rather well. For Noriko, at any rate.
Can you let me know when the morgue starts filling up again?
Sure. Hang on. There is one body there. Fake Junpei.
Yeah.
Not much use, though, I suppose.
No, not really. Keep me updated.
Okay.
She rubs her eyes again and tries to hold back a yawn. I'm also trying to hold back yawns. It's not working.
You look wrecked.
Sorry. Things are tough right now.
It'll get better.
Will it?
You'll cause some deaths soon enough.
Does that make it all better? Does causing people to die make things okay? My words have the strange effect of actually cheering her up slightly. I know we're not exactly the most normal people. You think? The things we do, the causes we devote ourselves to, they're wrong. There's no other way to put it. I know this. I trust that Noriko knows this as well. We're morbid, sick, disgusting. Noriko slaughters innocent people in the name of Corpse Girl. Her fabricated idol, or alter ego, or whatever else she could be. As for me, I've got as much blood on my hands as Noriko does. Probably more? From implications? She likes to believe she's innocent, but the truth is that she's just as guilty as any killer. I don't see myself the same way. I know for a fact the things I've done are enough to put me behind bars for the rest of my life. I don't try to convince myself that I'm something I'm not. I'm a criminal, plain and simple. But Noriko is a kindred spirit. We're connected on some level that I don't expect the average person to understand. We're bonded by the things we've done, the deaths we've witnessed. Looking at her now, the tired girl worn thin by stress. I can't help but be reminded of Shizuko. I messed up with Shizuko. I didn't take the time we had together seriously. I took it all for granted. I won't make the same mistake with Noriko. I'll make her mine, and I'll prove my love to her every day. Perhaps that will convince her not to discard me when I've run out of use.
Want something to eat?
She glances at me and opens her mouth, but weighs her words before speaking.
Thanks, but you know me.
I know.
You should eat food. Of course I know. I know so much about her. She doesn't eat, not unless she absolutely has to in order to live for another day. Oh, she's regressing.
Something like a salad? I want to share a meal with you.
I can't.
Why?
Okay, I understand.
Like, I guess it's a form of self-punishment, and it goes into her thoughts and all that, but why? You'd moved slightly past this before. Eat your food, girl. I do. I get it. It's Noriko. Her convictions are what I admire most about her. What would I say of her character if I could break her convictions with a simple invitation?
We should get married.
Huh?
A few days ago, you said you'd be mine.
I told you something like that, yeah. But that had a condition. You had to kill Junpei.
You stopped him, though. She's right. I didn't manage to kill him. That mean I don't deserve her?
Maybe there's something else I could do? Let me prove that I'm a man you can love.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
I'll take that. I was gonna say he deserves better, but I don't know if that's true. I don't actually know if that's true. It's better than an outright no. I don't agree with this, because she's clearly being flaky about it. Like, either yes or no is a better option than maybe.
Maybe you should get going for now. I need to sleep.
Okay.
I'll leave her be. Should get some sleep myself.
Later.
Bye, Kojiro.
Something about the way she says my name sends a chill down my spine. It's not a pleasant sensation. It's not a feeling of elation or excitement. It's uncomfortable, disconcerting. I shrug it off and leave the factory. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go. I have an uncannily vivid recollection of dragging Shizuko's corpse through the streets on the night she was killed. I had witnessed the collision. I watched speechless as the asshole who ran her down drove away like a coward. Okay, so he didn't kill her. It took me a while to gather the strength to collect her crumpled body from the asphalt. By then it was around 7 o'clock. The sun had set, but a sliver of light still peeked over the horizon, tinting the sky with an orange hue. And no one saw this, or you doing this? Okay, there we go. People kept screaming at me. Wasn't doing anything wrong. Wasn't trying to smear Shizuko's blood on the sidewalk. Just wanted to take her home. She was hurt or dead. No point leaving her in the middle of the road. She didn't comment on my suit. Got all dressed up just for her. Didn't comment on the ring. Even as I slipped it on her stiff finger, she didn't say a word about the size of the diamond. But she made a unique sound as I walked. It rings in my ear now and then, especially when I catch myself in quiet moments. Yeah, that would be the sound of you dragging her dead flesh along the sidewalk. Didn't know what it was at the time. It punctured the silence between my heavy footsteps. Turns out it was a sound caused by the fabric of her dress stretching and ripping against the coarse texture of the sidewalk. She made that sound for the entire journey home. My footsteps. Thud, thud. Shizuko. Skirk, skirk. People screaming, ah, ah! The cacophony of irritating noise assaulted us during the entire expedition. Silence didn't rear its head until we arrived at our destination. It wasn't easy getting her up the stairs to my apartment. I carried her in my arms dozens of times, almost effortlessly, but during the final ascent, Shizuko's weight exceeded the limit of my muscles. I had no choice but to drag her up slowly, a single step at a time. It wasn't my fault her head cracked against every step. Oh man! Boy! Add the drag noise to redeem? I don't think that would be that good of a redeem, honestly. Once we were inside, I finally had the opportunity to examine the damage. Her limbs were flattened, her chest had caved in, ribs crushed and grounded into a fine dust. Remarkably, her beautiful face remained unmarked. Okay. How... What is up with the police in this universe? How did no one stop him from getting to the apartment? How did no one come get him after? I don't think they would have arrested him because he didn't do it and he's clearly traumatized here. But like, She looked at peace despite having died in pure agony not long before. And that was the last time I kissed her. Planted my lips on hers and found comfort in the slightest warmth that still remained. And then I closed her eyes. And then I put her in the floor. The memory of that event is so clear that thinking about it feels like I'm reliving it again for the first time. The pain hasn't dulled, but I'm glad I don't live in that apartment anymore. Climbing those steps every day would only serve to remind me of dragging Shizuko behind me. I cut myself free from the chains that shackled me to her, but I can never destroy the memories. I think they'll haunt me to the end of my days. Perhaps that's why I'm so desperate to fill the void she left in my life. I'm desperate to distract myself with the love from another. And yet, at the time, I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to hold her close, her cold, lifeless corpse to my body, and simply waste away so I could join her in the afterlife. In fact, I was so attached to her corpse that I did something I'd never done before. Not once in all my history of toying with dead bodies. I decided to keep her. Huh. Don't know whether it was out of despair, depression, or desperation. Don't truly know why I decided to do such an odd thing. Possessed by a single disturbing idea, I emptied out the small storage closet in that old apartment, discarded everything within. Wait. Is this in the apartment? Like the apartment itself? Or is this the shed that Noriko kept all her cell phones in? Then I carefully, delicately, lovingly placed Shizuko inside the dark space. She stood up against the wall almost casually, almost like she was alive. I held her in place with some rope fastened to the wall, a loop around her neck and a few bindings around her waist. She sagged a little, but it wasn't overly noticeable. There, Shizuko stood before me. Though her gaze was lowered, I could almost fool myself into thinking she wanted to greet me. Or she simply wanted to say goodbye. Goodbye. Something I'd never considered saying to her. But I knew it was time. Time to say goodbye to her and say goodbye to myself, the me that shared a life with her. The me that lived in shame of the things I'd done. Into that small storage room, I piled the evidence of my guilt. All the macabre and sickening paraphernalia I had collected over the years found a new home within the dark space. Photos of corpses, tomes written about embalming and mummification, countless books by Nobel Sinclair, that author I held so dear to my heart. Everything and everyone that made up Kojiro found itself inside that room. And with one last look at the girl, I slammed the door and locked it tight. Ceremonial act of locking everything away I once loved had a cathartic effect. But the moments after that aren't as clear in my mind. I know that I sealed up the room and concealed the door. Okay, so it is in the room. But I don't recall the effort that went into doing so. I know that I decided to leave the apartment behind, but I don't recall talking to the landlord. I know that I tried to move on from being the person I once was, but I don't know how much I truly changed. So yeah, there is a room in there with a dead body, which is why it smells so terrible. Because just over a year later, I'm still in this world taking part in truly disturbing acts. I'm still obsessed with the dead. And I'm still fawning over Noriko. Maybe people can't change after all. Maybe I've been fooling myself all this time into thinking that I'm different now. Yeah, our room. Where's Walter? But I'm not. I'm the same as I always was. I'm still just Kojiro. Maybe that's okay.
Some good news for you.
Really?
Good news, everyone!
2 new cadavers were in the morgue when I arrived tonight.
Ah,
Also,
I mean,
thinking,
yeah, there's only a few of them. I can't imagine you can take them out without being suspicious.
what about?
something funny. We went to such lengths to make sure we didn't get caught stealing cadavers from here.
Yeah, and then like 100 of them get stolen and no one cared.
And?
Well, it's amusing that the entire place was ransacked by the human removal service, but no one ever investigated.
Yeah, well, actually, what's going on? How are the police this inept?
No one here seemed to really care.
We tried so hard to cover our tracks, being careful about every single corpse
You
we lifted.
didn't do a good job, though.
Then those assholes just waltzed in and stole everything without any repercussions.
Yeah,
It makes me sick. I want to bring them down.
yeah.
Can you say more than just yeah, more than affirmations?
Anyway, how many bodies came in today?
4. Not a great deal, but a start. Give it a week or two, and this place should be packed once more.
Okay, good. Thanks for letting me know.
Of course.
See you.
Later.
As I've already cataloged the new arrivals, I figure I can relax for the rest of my shift. I plant myself in the uncomfortable steel chair parked near the morgue's entryway. A few moments later, I'm lost within the flashing lights from my phone screen. Don't know how long I zoned for, but when I come to, Noriko's name is emblazoned across my screen. Strange for her to call me now, since we just spoke before.
Yo,
You're not going to believe this.
Okay.
try me.
Somebody requested a death!
Yay! Ah, that explains the excitement in her voice.
Congrats. It's been a while.
It's been far too long. I thought we were done for. I thought Corpse Girl's website had fallen into obscurity.
Is it Tomoe?
Happy for you.
Kojiro, we can't let this slip through our fingers. We need a victory here. This new request has to be fulfilled immediately. I want this victim to die with a bang. I want his death to propel Corpse
no,
Girl's
it's he.
name back into the limelight.
Is it Shinya?
Roger. Awaiting your orders.
I'm sending you the Vic's photo. Get me a corpse that matches his appearance, just like usual.
Gonna be Shinya.
Only got a handful of bodies here, remember? Going to be a long shot.
Do whatever the fuck you have to do.
Her icy cold command leaves no room to be misinterpreted.
Copy that.
I really need to know what the colors represent. The call ends and I immediately receive a message from Noriko. Opening it reveals the photo of Corpse Girl's latest victim. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's not Shinya. My concerns are gone. Male, mid-30s or so, fairly unremarkable guy. Let's see what bodies are in stock. I heave myself off the steel chair and log into the morgue's computer. Scanning through the inventory only takes a few seconds. Yeah, there's like 5 of them. Yeah, there are 5 cadavers here in total. The 4 that arrived today, plus Junpei Matsumoto's lookalike. Looking through the details reveals that of the 5, 3 are female and 2 are male. And, well, Junpei's isn't going to work. I immediately rule out using the Junpei lookalike corpse for this request. It's a heavy-set body and doesn't match the victim at all. I'll need to take a look at the other male, but I don't like the odds of finding a match. I navigate to the cold chambers and open up the cache housing the corpse in question. The cold air spewing forth from the open compartment fogs up my glasses. I calmly remove them, wipe them against my coat, and return them to their rightful place. After unzipping the body bag, I met with the face of death. A sight I have become more than accustomed to after many long years working here. This guy is just as average looking as Corpse Girl's victim. Seems the type of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd. He'd simply be a blur against a sea of bodies. Might be exactly what we need. I compare his features to those in the victim's photo. He looks similar. Couldn't exactly mistake him for a relative, but maybe with a bit of Noriko's makeup handiwork, he might pass off a close enough copy. Palm. Oops. He looks similar. Wait. I compare his features to those of the victim in the photo. He looks similar. Couldn't exactly mistake him for a relative, but maybe with a bit of Noriko's makeup handiwork, he might pass off as a close enough copy. Only one problem. Unzipping the body bag further reveals this guy only has one arm. His left arm has been severed just below the elbow, leaving a surgical stump. It's something that he has clearly lived with for years because the area in question is clean. Probably had a prosthetic limb before being moved to the morgue. This particular feature is a deal breaker. Too hard to convince the victim that this is his own corpse if it's missing a limb. Although, not if the picture involves missing a limb. Perhaps Noriko could factor the missing limb into the cause of death. If I bloodied the stump a bit, it could be made to look like he lost an arm before he died. I reach for my phone and call Noriko back, getting sick of the chit-chat.
You find a suitable corpse?
Almost. Got a guy about the same age and build. Plain face. Needs some work, but could do the job.
Great! I'll send Tomoe over with the van right away.
Just one thing.
What?
The body is missing an arm.
Oh, that is a problem.
Yeah. Can you edit the corpse photo so that the victim is missing an arm? Make it look like it got chopped off before he died. That way, when he receives the actual corpse, he'll be expecting a missing limb.
No.
No.
No?
I'm already in the middle of making the photo.
Okay, let's make a new
I'm
one.
not changing it now.
Then I don't know what to tell you. Don't have any other suitable bodies.
Make it work, Kojiro.
Is he gonna have to now go murder someone to get a proper body? That venomous tone again.
What can I do? Not going to roam the street and kill someone
Okay.
who looks like the Vic.
Come up with something else then. Hell, chop your own arm off and attach it to the corpse. I don't care what you do.
Don't say that. He might do it. Although I guess he could pull off a different arm and put it
The
on.
body within the hour. If you let me down, I'll never be with you.
Oof.
Our relationship is tied to Corpse Girl's fate. If you let her down, you'll let me down.
What would this be? This isn't gaslight gatekeeping, or I guess it's kind of girl bossing. Guilt tripping? No. Blackmailing? No. What would you call this?
And I don't like being let down.
My phone beeps twice as if to protest Noriko's abruptly ending the call.
Fantastic.
Manipulating, I guess? She likes backing me into corners. What am I supposed to do? I feel that she doesn't really have any intentions of being with me. She's using me, dangling the promise of something I desire right in front of me. What would you call it? Kinda toxic? Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. And yet, I need to have her. I need to prove to her that she should be with me. I lower my glasses and gently rub my brow with my fingers.
Shit.
I've got an idea, but I can't believe I'm about to do this. Please don't cut your own arm off for this. I slide my glasses back up and adjust them so they're comfortable once more. I fetch the mobile mortuary lift and angle it underneath the tray protruding from the open cold chamber. With a great deal of effort, I detach the tray from the chamber. It rests upon the top of the mortuary lift, allowing me to wheel the corpse across the morgue. After pushing it halfway across the open room, I let the wheels come to a stop directly underneath one of the ceiling's glaring fluorescent lights. With that done, I turn and rummage around in the cabinet, sort through a number of tools until I find what I'm looking for. Clutching the sterile implement in a shaky hand, I return to the corpse lying atop the steel tray. I roll up the sleeves of my coat. Why? Why are you cutting your own arm off for this? Kojiro, no!
For Noriko.
No! There's simping, and then there's a step beyond. Even I'm saying this is too far, and I'm a freak.
Here goes.
Like, cut off one of the other corpse's arms and make it look like it works. Ah. Oh, no! Okay. If no one notices this, like, no one's gonna notice this man is missing an arm? Something is up. Like, they're in, like, a dream delirium world. When the metal bone saw digs into the soft flesh of my arm, I have to grip my teeth to refrain from screaming. I angle the blade so that it cuts away from my elbow. Need to leave that intact. The cutting process is pure agony. To prevent myself from passing out, I keep my breathing steady and try to focus on something simple. Something my brain can handle while aflame with pain. I begin to count. 1, 2, 3. I count the seconds that it takes for the jagged metal, it's not jagged at all actually, to reach bone. 15, 16. Still just flesh and muscle and blood spurting down my coat. 20, 21. I think I reached sinew after 24 seconds, but it's hard to tell because there's a terrible numbness that is somehow worse than the original searing agony. My fingers clutching the saw begin to slip due to perspiration. It's getting harder to even hold the tool. After some 22 odd seconds, 32 odd seconds, the saw hits bone. Oh! I slide it back and forth, cutting into the dense matter with as much strength as my failing body can muster. Vomit and drool have soaked the front of my coat and begin to smear together with the blood. It's forming a shallow pool at my feet, and the stench of the mixing liquids threatens to overwhelm my senses. Dude, you better have something to cauterize this like handy. Otherwise, you're gonna bleed out in minutes. Counting the seconds has become infinitely more difficult. 43, 44, 30. Was it 21 seconds so far? No, it's been longer than that. It has to have been a minute by now. I've been sawing into my own arm for a full minute, but the blade still hasn't cut through all of the bone. Don't recall when I fell to my knees. Don't recall when I stood back up. Don't recall running my slimy fingers through my hair, or when flecks of blood splattered against my glasses, or when my bladder relieved itself. Seriously, is no one gonna notice this? Don't even recall why I'm doing this. Is it for Shizuko? Is it because I love her? Technically. No. Noriko. It's for Noriko. Actually, it's for Corpse Girl. Would be kind of funny if he just dies from blood loss and Noriko finds out he died from cutting his arm off for her project here. But yeah, I mean, funny would be a word for it. I have to prove I'm worthy of her. I have to be loved by her. There's nothing else for me. 97, 98. As my count reaches 99 seconds, my right arm falls to the wet tiled floor, flopping like a dead fish against the deck of a boat. I let out a groan of what can only be called relief, and I slump in on myself, resting in the pool of foul liquid. Hey look, it looks like we're in a bag of milk outside of a bag of milk. He is going even further beyond. My vision is blurry, my breathing is ragged. Oh, what's going on? Kojiro is cutting his own arm off for Noriko. The sane part of my consciousness knows that I need to treat my wound. You think? I need to apply a tourniquet or cauterize the damage. I'm just going to bleed out and die on the floor of my own morgue. But a quiet voice in my mind, the very same one that drove me to such an extreme measure, urges me to finish my work. Getting to my feet is a struggle. I try to push myself up off the ground, using both arms, but of course, fall flat on my face when my right arm fails to react to my mental struggle. You cut off your right arm? Why? I think the lenses in my glasses smashed against the tiles because my eyes seem to be bleeding now. A second attempt at pushing off the ground is more successful. My left arm is somehow strong enough to hoist my barely responsive body. He is a dumbass. You're right. I did see him cutting off his right arm, but I didn't really process it. I sway and stagger around aimlessly before collecting myself enough to attempt to fish my severed arm off the ground. Luckily, I managed to grasp the blood and vomit-soaked wrist of my former limb with my one good hand. I dragged myself towards the mortuary lift that holds aloft the corpse I need to attach my arm to. But I didn't think this through. I don't really know how to attach a severed limb. I bludgeon the corpse's stump with my useless arm, trying to find some point of connection that will magically fuse the limb to the corpse. It's hopeless. And as I madly flail the arm around, I can't help but laugh at the whole situation. Of course I can't attach my arm to this corpse. The corpse is missing its left arm. Oh my god.
You gotta be more careful.
He does have to be more careful. I cut off my right arm.
Good one.
I throw my useless detached arm behind me and rest my weary body against the mortuary lift. Accompanying my laughter is the laughter of somebody else nearby. I have to listen really intently to confirm that I'm not just hallucinating. But I'm certain that someone just walked into my line of vision, even if they're nothing more than a dark, blurred silhouette.
Oh, bro, you don't look so hot.
Hi, Junpei.
What'd you do? Cut off your own arm?
Yeah. I know that voice, but I can't place it right now. It's not my voice, and it's not Noriko's voice.
Want me to take the pain away?
Yeah, probably. Yes, please. I'd give anything to remove the pain. I can't voice my consent. My mouth is dry, my jaw locked in place.
Nothing a little fire can't fix.
Oh! Well, is he gonna set me on fire or cauterize my arm? The figure comes closer. He smells foul like a dog that's bathed in gasoline. Okay, he's just lighting us on fire. A dog. The heavyset figure that I now assume is Junpei Matsumoto is crouched over me. The smell of gasoline intensifies. He pours some sort of cold liquid all over my clothes.
Hey, I gotta light this place up. But you guys didn't get the hint when we stole all of your corpses. Well, you ain't gonna be nothing without your precious morgue. And Corpse Girl is gonna wither away without her right hand man. Right hand. Get it, Kojimbo?
He truly is Genius Kojimbo. The way he deliberately mispronounces my name really bothers me. It bothers me so much that the anger boiling inside me gives me the strength to open my mouth once more.
It's Kojiro.
Sure, bro. Sleep tight.
Kill him kill him before you go. Get him. Get him. Oh, the dog lifts his body and disappears into oblivion beyond my sight. The unmistakable sound of a match being struck should fill me with panic, but I feel strangely calm. Warm, glowing tendrils of flame flicker around the outskirts of my vision. Fire. The entire morgue is alight. The acrid smell of smoke quickly covers up the odor of gasoline. Fire. I lost my family to fire so many years ago. Maybe it's fitting that I should perish in the same way. Fire. I hate fire. I hate it and fear it. Fire. It's everywhere, surrounding me. A sickening stench of burning flesh permeates my nostrils, and I realize that it's the smell of my severed arm being incinerated behind me. Fire. I close my eyes. Really sleepy right now. Lost a lot of blood after all.
Sorry, Noriko.
Goodbye, Kojiro.
Sorry I loved you.
I promise not to forget you for at least a week. Alright, whose perspective are we going to for Act 3? I would assume Tomoe? Oh, Aoi, okay. Oh, this is about to get really interesting. 1 month later. Oh, I'm so mad. I really wish I could scream at him. I really want to scream. But he's one of my best customers. I just wish he would take the rules seriously.
I said no free refills.
Speaking of my voice surprises even me. Gosh, I've never yelled at a customer before. It feels so liberating. I feel free. Customer that hangs his head. He looks as guilty as I feel on the inside. Oh gosh, I shouldn't have raised my voice at him. Stupid. We can get fired for this, I just know it. No, this is what you're supposed to do.
Sorry, Miss Aoi. I'll never ask again, I promise.
Make sure you don't.
Good for you, Aoi. That's it. Don't let him see you back down. Be firm, girl. Stand up for yourself. The customer scurries away and I nearly faint from the adrenaline pounding through me. What a rush. I can't believe I didn't back down.
Deep breaths.
When I feel like I've calmed down, I fetch a cloth and begin to wipe down some tables. This place hasn't been too busy lately. I still shake when I think about the incident last month that drove away a lot of our customers. That man, that tall, scary man with glasses and an evil face. He hurt my sweet little Junpei. He cornered him in this very cafe and stabbed his fingers with cutlery. What kind of sick freak does such a thing? I know there's something between those two. I can't ever forget the time that man left Junpei all bruised and broken on the ground outside his apartment. Gah! I hate that man! Who does he think he is bullying my sweetheart? Pleasant little chime rings out from my pocket, and I recognize it as the notification I set to let me know when the cafe is closing.
Phew. Guess I better get going.
Luckily for me, I'm not on closing duty tonight. My coworkers will take care of all of that. All I need to do is sign out of the employee app on my phone, and my full shift will be automatically recorded. Then I'll get paid on time just like usual.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. I wave farewell to the other girls and duck out the front door. As usual, my sweet little honeybee is awaiting me
Sup,
outside.
baby doll?
Junpei.
I rush into his arms and give him a big, snuggly cuddle. I mean, technically I should be rooting for these two, because they might not be active murderers, although I guess Junpei kind of is.
I'm so happy to see you.
But like, Aoi was technically, until she turns out to possibly be the Herald, is technically the hero of the story.
Of course, babe. I'm always here for you. How was your shift?
Not so bad.
What do you do that you could just be here every day?
Glad to hear it. Guess things really have changed around here.
I mean, I do often root for the murderers, but I don't know anymore.
Yep. It's so much better since the old
Oh,
manager left.
that's why she's still working here, because the other guy's dead.
Good. You come tell Junpei if anyone else gives you trouble, yeah?
I will.
I nuzzle into his broad chest once more and immediately feel safe and warm.
Can I come back to your place?
Yes.
He holds my hand and leads me towards the train station. I'm so excited to be with him again. That's a nice
Would
couch.
you like tea, my dear?
Whoa now, Sugar Plum. You've been serving drinks to people all day. You go kick your feet up and I'll do the brewing.
And maybe he's a good guy. Junpei is so thoughtful. Every word he says makes it clear how much he cares for me.
Thank you.
I heed his instructions and nestle myself comfortably into the sofa. As I was waiting for him to finish up in the kitchen, I scroll through my noise feed. I don't have that many friends on here, mainly just family members, but I still like to see what everybody is up to lately. Plus, Junpei always shares funny memes and pics on his profile, so I love seeing those. After scrolling for a minute, I come across a status update from a friend I haven't heard from in a while. Noriko Kurosawa. No Kurosawa, 2 hours ago. Hiei 3.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Her entire post is short and meaningless, just says Hiei 3. What on earth could she mean by that? When was the last time I talked to Noriko anyway? She used to call me all the time. I used to call her too. But somewhere along the line, we fell out of touch. After I introduced her to Junpei, I kind of got the feeling she was jealous. Jealous. Noriko always had feelings for me. Maybe being introduced to my boyfriend really hurt her. Oh, now I feel terrible.
Your tea, my love.
Junpei sets down 2 teacups on the small coffee table in front of the sofa. Steam rises slowly from both cups. The sight and scent immediately relaxes me.
Thank you, Pumpkin.
Guys, I have no problem with you being lovey-dovey like this. Use less generic terms. Junpei scoots onto the sofa right next to me and he leans his head on my shoulder. I raise a hand to run it through his hair as I control scrolling through noise with my other hand. A post from a guy I went to school with, Shinya Fujikawa. Yeah, Fujikawa, grabs my attention. Shinya with a capital S, Fujikawa, 5 hours ago. One step closer to solving the mystery of the deaths around Tokyo. Helping my father, Senior Detective Fujikawa, exclamation, collect evidence from the crime scenes. It's like a dream come true. Thank you, Father! Interesting. I think Shinya always wanted to be a detective. Come to think of it, we were supposed to work together at Tenmujin. Shinya lined up the job for me and I... Junpei's gaze is fixated on Shinya's profile picture.
Oh, Shinya?
I tap on his pic and load his full profile.
We went to school together.
I scan through his profile and read some more of his recent posts. Shinya with a capital S, Fujikawa, 2 days ago. My father, Senior Detective Fujikawa, has enlisted me to help with his top secret investigation. Can't divulge any further information. My lips are sealed. Top secret. Shinya with a capital S, 4 days ago. So happy that I managed to get a lead on this case. I submitted some information to the detective in charge of the serial murders around Tokyo, Senior Detective Fujikawa, who just so happens to also be my father, and he said I can join the investigation team as a probationary member. I don't know everything about how Japan works. That's not how that works. You don't just get to come in as a civilian.
This guy has a real father complex, doesn't he?
Maybe.
It's a capital S, 7 days ago. No one tells you what to expect when you experience heartbreak. No one tells you how hollow and empty you will feel. It's important to throw yourself into your work. I will do so.
Heartbreak? Something about this dude tells me he's never had a girlfriend in his life.
Huh. I wonder...
It's capital S, 8 days ago. Farewell, my love. I'm sorry I couldn't be the man you wanted me to be. To Tomoe Watanabe, my soulmate, my other half, my one and everything, please forgive me. What did you do?
Jeez. Have some dignity, dude.
Wow. He really likes to share everything, doesn't he?
What happened?
I swear, he never used to be this dramatic.
Yeah, but then he got Tomoe. I imagine Tomoe spiraled a little bit after Kojiro got burned to death. Junpei yawns and put his arm around me. A classic move. He's so sweet and romantic. Put my phone down and snuggle into his body. He's like a big, soft teddy bear.
I should get going once I finish this cup of tea.
Really? Do you have to go?
Yeah, sorry, babe. I gotta check in on Mom tonight.
Oh, okay.
You'll be okay, right?
Thought of being alone formed a pit in my stomach.
Don't worry. I'll help you out before I leave.
Thank you.
Junpei takes one last sip of his tea and gets to his feet.
Check the usual stuff?
Yes, please.
He walks behind the sofa and ruffles my hair with his rough hand. The bandages wrapped around his fingers feel coarse against my scalp. As he wanders around my small apartment, he calls out to me.
Oven and stovetop are both switched off. The kitchen tap is off, no drips.
Moves into the bathroom and his voice echoes against the tiled wall.
Tap is off in here too. And the shower is off.
Yeah, this is OCD stuff. Finally, he moves to the front
I'll
door.
lock this door properly when I walk out. You just have to put the deadbolt in place, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Anytime, sugar. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Love.
With that, Junpei walks out the door and closes it behind him. Quickly dash from the sofa to the door and slide the deadbolt into place. He's actually really good to her. Like, I want to root for them now, because even if he is evil, one is legitimately taking care of her. They seem to really be, like, happy together. And yeah, he takes her issues seriously. A lot of people really just kind of write off OCD issues. He not only is taking it seriously, he's going to check for her so that it gets done faster and it doesn't flare up as bad for her. And he's just like, just make sure to lock the door. He's actually he's a really good guy and really good to her.
All done.
It makes me want to join their side.
The door is locked.
I'm a sucker for happy romance.
The door is locked.
I take a deep breath and tiptoe back to the sofa, then collapse into it. Why is that the music here? I'm gonna assume she's having a panic attack of some sort, but why is this the music that's popped on? Junpei is so good to me. He truly helps me out. When I'm alone, I find it so hard to be sure that everything is in order. I can't sleep or leave the apartment if there's a possibility that I've left the tap running or an appliance switched on. I can't relax if I think the door might be unlocked. I have to check things again and again until there's no shadow of doubt that things are the way they should be. I don't remember when this obsessive-compulsive behavior first started, but I've been battling it for as long as I can recall. At the very least, when Junpei is here, he checks everything for me. He's so good to me. Saves me so much time. Stops me from having to stand in front of the kitchen sink for 5 minutes, constantly checking and double-checking if the tap is running. Logically, I know it's easy to see if the water is flowing from the faucet. You can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it if you slip your hand underneath the flow. But logic rarely applies when I find myself second-guessing my own senses. I can glance at the faucet and tell myself that it's been turned off properly. It's not dripping. But when I turn away, what if I'm wrong? What if it's actually still running? I feel like my mind is betraying me. I feel like I can't trust anything I see or hear. When in doubt, it should be a simple matter of just quickly checking one more time. But the more I check, the less certain I become. And it's not just the faucet I have trouble dealing with. It's nearly everything. I unplug appliances from the power sockets to make sure they're definitely not still running. I flick light switches on and off 20 times in a row to ensure I haven't left a bulb on when I leave a room. I open and close doors repeatedly. And locks are the worst. I have to examine them from every possible angle to convince myself that no one can possibly break in. My condition is completely and utterly fucked up. Struggling against it has caused other horrible afflictions to evolve inside of me. Anxiety, depression, self-hatred. I just feel like I can't do anything without the shadow of my compulsive behavior looming over me and controlling me. And so tonight, like many other nights, I decided to sleep right where I am, here on the sofa. Getting up and going into my bedroom is too much effort. Sleeping where I am is just much, much easier. I begin to drift off, my face planted against the sofa cushion, my legs draped over the armrest. Bump, 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 bump. Monday. I'm thankful I don't have to work at the maid cafe today. My neck is a little sore from a terrible night's sleep, but I won't let that get me down. It's Monday, the start of a fresh, brand new week. I've got lots of exciting things to look forward to. For starters, I'm expecting a delivery of some items I ordered online over the weekend. It's mostly snack food, but still, I can't wait. Secondly, I get to see my Junpei again after this afternoon. I'm going to meet him when he finishes work. Third, my favorite anime airs on Monday nights. There's a new episode every week. Well, except for when they run repeats after a season that just finished. I'm excited too, because Fridays is when the new Pokemon anime comes out. I mean, I watch it tomorrow, but the new Pokemon anime is good. Please watch Pokemon Horizons if you have any interest in Pokemon. Junpei loves anime as much as I do. Granted, he's not into my favorite series. He says it's a little too girly, but he likes a lot of other shows. What do you mean, too girly? No, that's not a thing. Everyone go watch Precone. Not Precone. Princess Connect is not what I meant. Precure. Pretty Cure is great. I don't care if it's the, like, stereotypical haha little girl anime. Pretty Cure rocks. We have so much fun discussing characters and stories we like. Even if the shows he watches scare me a little bit. Yes, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good week. My upbeat mood is instantly shattered when Noriko Kurosawa's name lights up my phone screen. I'm gonna be honest, as much as I say this, as much as I do like Precure, haven't really watched much of it. I need to get into that more. She's calling me? We haven't spoken in so long. Why? What does she want from me? Noriko, she's such a chore. This is like very cruel with how you were talking about her last night. She whines and complains so much about her life, but she doesn't know how good she has it. That's not fair, Aoi, and you used to do the same to her. So what if she's scared of leaving her apartment? Agoraphobia isn't that bad. Okay, never mind. I hate Aoi, actually. She's the worst kind of person. The person that, like, has their own issues, like, comes up with excuses based off of those issues, but then is judgmental of other people's issues because they're different from hers. I'm scared of everything. Everything. She's so selfish, thinking she's the only one who has it rough. She actively doesn't. She was like, despite my issues, like, hey, can I help you out, Aoi? This is... Aoi, you suck. Never mind. So tired of tiptoeing around her feelings and her stupid sensitivity. She doesn't ask you to do that. What? What?
Hello, Aoi? Hi, Noriko. Hey, listen. I know it's been a while, but can I stay at your place for a few days? I got booted out of my apartment for not paying the rent, and, well, I was living in this abandoned factory, but I can't do it anymore. I hate being there alone. The guy I was spending time with just disappeared, and now, Aoi, are you there?
Is this crazy bitch for real? She hasn't spoken to me for weeks, months, and now she wants to live in my apartment?
Aoi? Sorry, Noriko. You can't stay here. Well, fuck you too.
Oh, wow! I mean, this is deserved, seeing her in her thoughts, but man. My phone beeps twice and the call abruptly ends. What the hell's her problem? What do you mean, what the hell's her problem? She just told you she's homeless, that the guy she was spending time with disappeared, and you're like, nah, get away. Before I can even blink, she calls me again. I hesitate to answer this time, but...
Noriko, sorry, I overreacted. I think I'm in trouble. I think Corpse Girl is trying to kill me, and I need somewhere safe to stay.
Corpse Girl is trying to kill her? I think Noriko has finally lost the plot. Yeah, but... also, no. Also, actually, no, wait. How can you think that when, like, dozens of people are dying a day in this city right now? Whatever sliver of sanity she once held on to has finally slipped between her fingers.
Corpse Girl isn't trying to kill you. What? How would you know? You are Corpse Girl. Remember?
You know? I mean, that makes sense, but you know?
What? How do you? I'm the one who wants to kill you.
Oh.
I'm going to fucking murder you in your sleep.
What? Noriko's silence convinces me that her memory is returning. Perhaps she called me in some delirious state or because of some fever dream. What's happening?
Shit.
The call disconnects as she curses. Stupid bitch, did she seriously forget who she was talking to? I've had it up to here with her. As soon as Junpei works out the location of her factory, I'm going to go there myself and slit her throat open with my fingernails. I'll let her bleed out all over me and tell her that she never meant a thing to me. I don't care how much she loves me. I'll end her life quickly before she has a chance to confess her feelings with one last gasping, dying breath. Once Noriko is dead, the human removal service will no longer have any competition. It is her working with it. Okay. What the? What is? Hold on. There's a lot to actually take in. One, Aoi does know about it. She's probably the killer. That means Junpei was lying to protect her about not knowing who they were. But this is a very abrupt switch on wanting to kill Noriko. Even her dialogue before did not indicate this. The human removal service will no longer have any competition. I don't even know what to say. This is moving very quickly. Yeah, shouldn't I have let Noriko stay at her place? Easier to kill her in her sleep if she sleeps in your home. But I guess then you get blood all over your carpet. And you don't really want that. It's much easier to kill them at their place. I'll finally be able to take her place as Corpse Girl. Why is that your goal? What's happening? During the school years, I was always envious of Noriko. She was so beautiful, so slim and graceful, and she had a wonderful family. That does not seem true from what we've seen of her. Parents that loved her more than anything. I never had any of that. I wanted so badly to be her. I struggled with my weight back then, but that wasn't the worst of it. I had an abusive mother and a father that essentially ignored my existence. Well, until he killed me by splitting my neck open. I would have given anything to trade places with Noriko and feel alive again. Didn't matter to me that Noriko complained about every aspect of her life. She moaned about how much she despised her delinquent sister. She griped about how her father walked out on her but still sent her a birthday card every year. She lamented over the time her mother tried to kill herself in front of her and her sister. How her mother hung from the ceiling, barely alive for hours and hours until Yuriko figured out how to call for an ambulance. Owie. You're a terrible person. But I would have taken all that trauma over my own upbringing and have traded my life for hers without a second thought. Okay, Aoi has actually no empathy. Also, is she dead? Is she a ghost? Noriko had no idea how lucky she was. Even after all these years, I never really overcame my envy of her. I even went so far as to request her death through Corpse Girl's website. Okay, there it was. Of course she didn't die. How could she have? Junpei figured it out before I did. He forced his way into Corpse Girl's website and viewed all of the death requests. Someone, Noriko, had placed a comment on the request I submitted. Single line of text never intended to be seen by other eyes. That's me, bitch. Knowing that she had become Corpse Girl made my jealousy grow. I wanted to take her place. I wanted people to fear me, just like they feared her. I wanted any other life, anything that would let me escape my own hellish half-existence. Thanks to trawling through her website, Junpei soon found out the whole thing was essentially a hoax. Corpse Girl had no ability to cause death. Noriko was simply trying to con people into ending their own lives. It was pathetic. It made me laugh. I decided I would play along with Noriko's delusions in order to ensure her downfall. Did you start killing everyone? It's finally time. I get to meet Junpei at the station and walk him home. Yay! Okay. She doesn't just have OCD, she's bipolar. That's the only way she's switching so rapidly between, like, this kind of personality and I'll kill you, I hate you, I want to crawl inside your skin. The noise corporation office is within walking distance from Shinjuku train station. Getting there is a breeze. Junpei works on the 30th floor of the massive office complex. He's one of the top dogs. He's worked really hard to get where he is. I'm so proud of him. It's kind of funny to think that I almost got a job near here. The Temujin building is so close to Junpei's office. Noriko and Shinya hooked me up, but I completely bailed on them. Oh well, at the time I had no idea the love of my life worked nearby. I think I'm right on time, so Junpei should be here any second. As I wait patiently, a familiar-looking girl climbs the stairs and wanders past me. Her outfit is kind of unprofessional. I wonder if she's an office employee. She looks a bit like a troublemaker. Where have I seen her? I'm assuming this is either Noriko or Tomoe. She caught me staring at her. Oh no, she's walking towards me. Okay, it's Tomoe.
I know you from somewhere.
No time to run away. She's right in front of me.
Yeah, you're Noriko's friend, right? Aoi?
Noriko's friend. Everything's always about fucking Noriko.
Yes, and you are...
The brash girl swoops her hair out of her face and leers at me.
Tomoe, a friend of hers as well.
Oh,
I suddenly remember where I've seen Tomoe before. I think she was in some of Shinya's photos. Is she the girl that Shinya was dating and broke up with?
how is Noriko?
Dunno.
Don't ask
Hoping
like you
could tell
care.
me. Haven't seen that skank in weeks.
I see. I haven't seen her either.
Aoi, you're evil.
Righto. Well, we'll see you around.
Is it not bipolar and maybe multiple personality? Is she just lying here? Or does she actually not know? If it's multiple personalities, it would explain the extreme difference. Even more than like bipolar would. Just like that, the girl brushes past me and doesn't even look back. I watch as she wanders along the platform.
Babe!
I need to finish reading before I click. My mind works too fast. I hate it.
Oh, Junpei.
What up, doll? Hey, that chick you were just talking to? She works at Temuchin. I see her walking around here all the time. She's the one I told you about.
Wait, that's her?
Yup. She used to help that Kojiro asshole deliver putties for Corpse Girl. I've been waiting for ages to introduce you to. Oh.
I nod at Junpei and immediately break into a run.
Go get her, babe.
What, are you gonna ask her to join you? Or are you gonna just kill her? Junpei's cheers fade as I leave him behind. Tomoe, she's the one helping Noriko, helping Corpse Girl. We've been waiting for a chance to follow her. Junpei has been keeping an eye on her, but her actions and movements are erratic and hard to predict. But today, I fortunately have the opportunity to follow her. She's connected to so many people. Noriko, Kojiro, Shinya. They're all involved with Corpse Girl's operation. I mean, Shinya's not. We want to track them all down one by one and cremate them like cadavers. Of course, I'm saving Noriko for last. I'll slice her open and bathe in her blood and be born again from her corpse. I'll assume her identity and live her life and leave my own painful existence behind. Oh, you really do want to crawl into her skin. I race along as fast as my legs will let me. My feet pound against the train platform, and several people passing by stop to watch me out of curiosity. As long as Tomoe doesn't notice I'm tailing her, then I don't care who sees me. I follow her all the way to the end of the platform, then I bleed into the crowd and we board the same train. Blend into the crowd. Yeah, that music seems right now. Knock on the door to what I can only assume is Tomoe's apartment. She answers after just a moment and shoots me a quizzical look. Run, Tomoe! As soon as the door is all the way open, I dash forward and slam into Tomoe with the full force of my tiny body. We tumble into the apartment, though Tomoe doesn't even lose her balance. She's a lot bulkier than I am. She absorbs most of the impact and manages to remain standing. She grits her teeth and plants her hands on my shoulders, only to push me back with a mighty shove.
What the fuck are you playing at? You just tackled me.
Yeah? Maybe, like, react more than, why are you doing this? I swing a fist at her face. Catches me off guard when she sidesteps my punch and brings her knees up to my gut. I reel back, but the injury doesn't bother me.
Take that, you dumb skank. I'll teach you to attack me. I don't care if you're Noriko's friend. I'll put you in the fucking ground.
Good for you, Tomoe. Her long fake nails rack across my face and blood pours from my torn skin. But I stand firm and stare her down.
You're allied with Corpse Girl, right?
Is that what this is about? I don't give a shit about all that anymore. It's all behind me.
You know Corpse Girl's identity?
Of course I do. Why? Are you curious? Got someone you want to have killed?
No. I know that it's Noriko.
You're damn right. I should have guessed that a friend of hers would be just as psychotic.
Yeah, this is fair.
Noriko can go fuck herself for all I care. I'm done with her shit.
So am I. I'm going to kill her.
Tomoe raises an eyebrow.
That so? Well, she kinda has it coming.
Yeah, she kinda does have it coming.
I see.
Corpse Girl is done and dusted. Doubt the public even remembers her these
I
days.
don't think that's possible.
It's all about the human removal service.
Okay.
Noriko's just Noriko now. But I still won't forgive her for what she did to Kojiro.
You think she did it? I mean, she did force him to cut off his arm, but... What's she talking about? Does she know something I don't?
What happened to Kojiro?
Do you even know who he is?
I do.
You warned me about her, you know?
Yeah, okay, actually, it makes sense that she would think that Noriko did this, actually.
He said she'd discard us as soon as we weren't useful anymore. Sure enough, she had him killed. Fucking burned him alive.
Interesting. Tomoe thinks Noriko killed Kojiro, when in reality, Junpei took care of that freak. He burned the entire morgue down around him. I suppose Kojiro's death called Noriko and Tomoe's relationship to fall apart. Everything worked out better than Junpei planned.
Noriko will die, and so will you for your role in helping her.
Oh, come on. Why are you so insistent on messing with me? I ain't never done nothing to you. Hang on.
Even though this girl exudes an air of stupidity, I didn't expect her to actually be this dense. Surely she's figured it out by now.
With the human removal service?
I don't say anything.
You're kidding me. You're the one Noriko has been fighting against this whole time. And you're her best friend.
Not really, apparently.
Point? Are you the leader of your little group?
No.
Right.
I don't believe you. When Tomoe pauses to brush her hair behind her ear, I strike. My hand darts forward and grips her throat, and I begin to crush it between my fingers. The girl kicks and flails. She beats her fists against my outstretched arm, but I don't flinch. Her gurgling and thrashing brings me no joy. I wish people would simply accept their fate. Despite how tightly I'm squeezing her throat, she manages to form the beginning of a word. I can only guess that she's trying to call for Shinya. Shinya, the idiot boy she already broke up with. He can't save her now. I tighten my grip and stride forward, pushing Tomoe back and pinning her against the wall. Tomoe's stronger than you? How are you doing this? She kicks out at me and hits me directly in the knee. I refuse to buckle. Her fingers continuously claw at my arm, slashing into my flesh and sending flecks of blood across the room. She thinks she can hurt me, thinks she can fight her way out of her fate. But nothing she does will ever injure me. Can't hurt the dead. Are you actually, like, okay, is this metaphorical or are you like a zombie or ghost? You said your dad killed you, but this thought repeats in my mind as my face crashes into the floor. A ringing sound in my ears causes me to question what just happened. The residual shockwave of a dull impact to my skull flew through my head. I wouldn't call it pain or even an ache. Just a sensation that something collided with me. Is it Shinya or is it Noriko that came to save her? But I'm already on the floor, my lips pressed against the hardwood, my eyes twitching and examining shards of pottery falling to the floor around me. Oh, okay, Tomoe probably just grabbed something and hit her. Oh no, there's someone else here. A blanket of darkness descends over me and I hear the ragged sound of Tomoe breathing and someone's voice asking, "Are you okay?" The question isn't directed at me. I don't think anyone cares that I'm lying here in my own blood. I can't count how many movies I've seen where characters claim they had an out-of-body experience. I've heard the stories in real life too. People on the brink of death or unconsciousness tell tales of how they could view their own body from a lofty spiritual perch. I never put much stock into such nonsense. How can someone dead or dying view the world with any form of clarity? When I died all those years ago, I didn't experience any such thing. It was kind of disappointing, even though I didn't expect much. Being clubbed across the head in Tomoe's apartment was a completely different experience than the time glass shards pierced my neck. I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of consciousness, writhing around on the hard floor. I can see some light, some blurred shapes, and I can see my body down below. My body, delicate and frail and slowly decaying. I don't get it. Why would I have an out-of-body experience now of all times? I sure as hell didn't experience anything of the sort when my father slit my neck. So why now? I wonder if any of my victims ever suffered from hallucinations like this before dying. Did Kotomi Ida and all those people on the train platform experience this as I cut them open? I had a feeling that she was actually responsible for that. She's probably been responsible for every one of the deaths that Corpse Girl succeeded in. Did they also helplessly look down on their own bodies from above as the train screeched past? And Katsuno, boy did she scream when I pushed her over the balcony railing. Did her spirit leave her body to look down on her splattered corpse? What about the other nameless souls I've claimed for from Noriko's website? There have been so many. So many So many bodies piled up, countless gifts pledged in Corpse Girl's name. I didn't kill them because I wanted to shed blood. I did it to delude Noriko. That was the goal at the start, anyway. Noriko never caught on to what I was doing. She took all the credit, thinking she was some sort of all-powerful being in control of the fate of her victims. She never even tried to understand the truth. I slaved away for her, cutting and strangling and slashing and slicing. I piled up bodies for Noriko, but Corpse Girl claimed all the kills. It was a pointless endeavor. I think she would have spiraled into madness even without the power trip. Suppose it doesn't matter now. Things have changed. My only focus now is to kill Noriko. I should have done so right at the start. I'll kill her for wasting my time. As I look down on the body below, I see a girl too scared to go on, too scared to struggle anymore. It's a shame. If I wasn't killed years ago, I might have had the chance to live a normal life. Well, there's nothing else for it. I feel my spirit returning to my body. Strange sensation because I know I'm not returning to life. How could I? I've been dead for far too long. So I'm now kind of believing that there's not actually magic involved. So she just went into it like she had a near-death experience where glass like slid up her throat. But I assume she was saved. And just like, nah, but I died. My only chance is to claim Noriko's life for my own. I'll become her and discard this rotting, walking corpse. Ooh, everything's like double visioned. I can hardly see without my glasses. Everything is blurry, foggy, lacking a solid outline. Colors bleed into other colors. Blue blends into purple and yellow melds into brown. It doesn't help that I'm partially colorblind. Never had luck telling red and green apart anyway. Are all the colors like this because of Aoi? Because, I mean, that's the explanation for that right there. Without my glasses, I'm practically blind, helpless.
You're finally awake.
Why are you still here?
Fucking skank.
She spits at me, and her filthy saliva drips down the side of my face. It's warm. I try to lash out at her, only to find my arms have been bound to my side. I try to scream out, but my mouth is gagged with what I can only assume is a sock. I try to lunge forward, but I'm strapped tightly to the wooden chair I'm sitting in.
I can't believe this. This is so strange. I just...
Shut up, Shinya. Jeez.
Sorry.
The blurred forms of Tomoe and Shinya are pacing the room. Even without my full vision, I can tell the room is bright. Sunlight is pouring in from the open window. Just how much time passed since I was knocked unconscious? And why have they tied me up here? What do you mean, why? I scream into the mouse gag, somehow loud enough to capture their attention. Tomoe strides towards me and pulls the damp sock from my mouth.
What? What do you want?
I mumble something about being unable to see. Tomoe swears, stumbles around for a bit, then forcibly pushes my glasses onto my face. Don't help her!
What are you going to do to me?
I don't know. That's up to this genius.
Yeah, don't fuck around, Tomoe. Like, send her to the police. I mean, yeah, she might either send her to the police or kill her. Because if you send her to the police, she might be like, well, you were part of the corpse girl stuff. And you could just be like, nah, I have no idea what she's talking about. Because apparently the police are so inept that they can't find someone going around killing people. That also said, actually, so given what we now know, Noriko, Kojiro, and Tomoe would be guilty of stealing corpses and probably some other miscellaneous crimes, but nothing like major, because all of the deaths were directly done by Aoi, who was not working with them.
Me? Look, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I just saw you were in trouble, so...
Why are you here anyway? We're done. Over.
I wanted to see you.
I'm not in the mood for their lovers' quarrel.
Let me go. Or bury me.
Yeah.
Either way, don't keep me here.
You nearly killed me, bitch! It's taken all my strength not to murder you right here!
Well, now it's not self-defense is the problem.
Go ahead. Try it. You can't kill the dead.
You're a freak.
Let me call my father. I'm sure he can take her in for questioning.
Yeah, that is what you should actually
He
do.
can find out her motives for attacking you.
I already know why she attacked me. She's trying to take down everyone associated with
Tomoe cuts herself short.
Never mind that.
I wonder, is Shinya not privy to Tomoe's relationship with Corpse Girl? I wouldn't be surprised if at this point he knows, but she never told him. Intriguing. As Tomoe's former boyfriend, I simply assumed he was a part of the operation. I thought he was an accomplice. If he doesn't know anything, then I don't need to kill him. One less person to deal with before I go after Noriko. However, I need to focus on getting out of here first.
If you let me go, I'll never bother you again.
That's a lie. A lie.
Why should I believe you?
Yeah, good for you, Tomoe.
You followed me to my freaking home.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Lie.
Then I'll exchange information for my release. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Lie, lie,
I don't
lie.
care. I'm done with all the shit between Noriko and you.
Noriko? Has she got something to do with this?
Of course she does.
Shut up, Shinya.
Yeah. Perhaps he's my ticket out of here. I turn my head to him and wait until he looks directly at me.
Shinya, I'm so thirsty. Can I have some water?
No. Don't do it, Shinya. Shinya's gonna get killed in this, and I'm gonna feel bad about it. He pauses, but since Tomoe doesn't interfere, he ducks out of sight. He returns within seconds, holding a half-filled cup out to me. I bob forward as best I can against my restraints and take a sip of the lukewarm tap water.
Thank you.
Worth noting how easy he is to manipulate. He's a complete opposite of my Junpei, who is strong and independent and doesn't let anyone mess with him.
So, about my offer, will you let me go if I share information about the human removal service?
Shinya's face turns pale.
The human removal service? That's...
I really couldn't care less about all of that. I told you, I'm done with everything.
I see.
Tomoe, she might have information that can assist with my investigation. We have to accept her offer.
No, you don't understand, boy.
Oh, please. You're no cop as much as you fancy pretending to be one.
I already told you that Father accepted me as part of the investigation team.
No, though.
You're a hack, a wannabe.
Why can't you just be happy for me?
Shut up. Shut up, shut up!
Oh, they broke up because Shinya got as part of it, because one, she's concerned about being found out, and two, doesn't want him to get involved in any of it. Tomoe storms off, the sheer force of her anger causing the walls to tremble. Shinya and I are alone in the room. This is not smart of you. I don't waste another second.
Shinya, I don't know everything that's going on, but it sounds like you're trying to solve the murder cases, right?
That's right. I'm really helping the investigation team, you know?
That's good. Very good. Please, I have information that might help you. Will you let me go if I share it with you?
Share it first, and then don't let her go. His nervous eyes dart around, searching for any sign of Tomoe's presence. And then he looks me dead in the eye and says the very last thing I expect to hear.
I'll let you go if you help me kill Noriko Kurosawa.
Okay, he does know. He does know that she's Corpse Girl. That's the only reason he would want to kill her.
This is your apartment?
Yes.
Please forgive me for intruding.
Shinya bows politely and removes his shoes. He places them carefully in front of the doorstep and takes a stride forward. He takes a good look around before turning to me.
You have a nice place.
Oh, please, I wish he would cut the formalities. We're here to discuss serious business. He's acting like we're new co-workers or something. I walk over to the door and make sure it's fully closed. Slide the deadbolt into place.
The door is locked.
I whisper this under my breath so Shinya can't hear me.
The door is locked.
Repeating phrases like this has become sort of mantra. It helps me concentrate. When I'm about 90% sure the door is actually locked, I wander back to Shinya. It takes all of my willpower to refrain from turning back to check once more. Thankfully, Shinya distracts me from my inner turmoil.
Is everything you told me true? I want to make sure I have all the facts straight.
Yes, it's true. All of it.
Truth intermingled with lies is still the truth, right? No! I lucked out when Tomoe left the two of us alone in her apartment. Yeah, she was dumb to do that, which is not actually particularly surprising, but still. If I'd had to explain things to her, I would have had to give her inside information on the Human Removal Service's operations. Anything less could have clashed with her existing knowledge and caused her to doubt me. But, since I only had to explain things to Shinya, I'd already determined that Shinya wasn't in the loop, so I concocted a convincing lie in order to secure his cooperation. And he bought it.
Just want to get my head around it. Noriko Kurosawa is Corpse Girl. She's the one that was behind the initial string of murders across the city.
Correct, that part's true.
She delivered photos and corpses to her victims in order to convince them that they would die soon.
That is also true.
And that had the effect of causing people to kill themselves. Almost a self-fulfilling prophecy.
That is what Noriko and probably Tomoe believe. Of course, all of this part is true, kind of. She doesn't need to know that I acted behind the scenes and brought the victims low by my own hand. Those acts of violence almost seem like a distant memory now. I was so committed to aiding Noriko that I couldn't think of anything else. So you were doing it for Noriko? In the end, my assistance didn't help my own situation. I only propelled Noriko's ego into the stars and continued to suffer my cursed half-existence. You know, if you hadn't turned Noriko down, you could have just done this together, and y'all would have been happy.
But it wasn't long before another group started killing people in much the same way as Noriko did. A group called the Human Removal Service.
This is correct.
Killed hundreds, if not thousands of people in the past months.
It's been maybe 3 months since the game started. Hundreds on its own is a ton. Like, that is slaughter. That's not just serial killing. Also, if Aoi killed every single one of them and the police found no information, they don't deserve to catch her. Again, all true so far.
And you were
no.
enslaved by Noriko? Forced against your will to infiltrate the Human Removal Service and bring them down from the inside?
Kenya. Honey. That doesn't sound true in any capacity. That's clearly a lie.
That's right.
He's a fucking idiot. He is a fucking idiot.
That explains why you want to kill Noriko. You want to be free from her. Even if it isn't exactly the legal thing to do.
Why do you want to kill her is what I want to know. Legal? What kind of pedestal is this guy standing on? He specifically requested assistance to do the exact same thing. He wants Noriko dead just like I do.
But if I remember correctly, you only managed to learn one important thing about the Human Removal Service. Right?
Oh, Shinya, you're dumb.
Yes.
The group is made up of dozens of members.
And that is also
Dozens of
not
people
true.
that all masquerade as the leader, known as the Herald. There's no single person responsible for the murders. It's the joint effort of a large group, all striking across the city
Now,
simultaneously.
This would make way more sense, but it is not what is happening.
Am I correct?
And there's the real kicker. He's absolutely spot on. I didn't mind sharing this tidbit of information with him. It does nothing to assist with the investigation. Oh wait, is that actually true? Because that would make a lot more sense than Aoi doing all this on her own. I'm wrapping the lie that I was Noriko's lackey in a blanket of truth makes everything all the more convincing.
Yes. That's right.
Phew, okay. I think I understand everything. Thank you for your help.
One thing I'm not entirely comfortable about. Shinya hasn't been forthcoming with his reasons for wanting Noriko dead. I assume it has to do with Tomoe? If I don't air the question, I feel like he will never address it.
Can you tell me why you want to kill Noriko?
Tries to back away from the question by twiddling his thumbs and pretending to examine the nearby wall.
Shinya, I need to know. Otherwise, how can I trust you?
Trust. It's a word that has always made me laugh. How can I trust anybody? I couldn't even trust my own parents, the people who swore to raise and protect me. My mother hit me when I misbehaved, when I overslept by 5 minutes or raised my voice ever so slightly. I was a child. How could I ever trust her not to lash out at me? My father, how could I trust him after he killed me? And Noriko, the one friend I opened up to, the one person who knew all about my struggles. She betrayed me. She kept her perfect life out of reach, taunted me with it, dangled it in front of me like a carrot on a string. She wanted to be with you. She literally invited you into her life. Okay. And when I asked to share her life with her, she completely misinterpreted it. She told me she loved me, told me she wanted to be with me. You literally... Okay. No, yeah, no. Aoi's just out off the edge and always has been. She wanted to shower me with gifts, hold my hand, be intimate with me. She wanted to be my girlfriend, but how could I ever be intimate with her after what I went through? She didn't understand me. She didn't understand that I wanted to be her, not be with her. She wouldn't trade lives with me, so how could I ever trust her? That's not something you can just do, honey. How can I trust her when she said she loved me, but wasn't willing to make a sacrifice to make me happy? Everyone is full of shit, and I'll never trust anybody again. Junpei spends every day trying to prove his love to me. He assists me with my compulsive behavior. He helps me do my shopping, helps me keep my apartment neat and tidy. Do I trust him? No. I know what he wants from me. He's no better than Noriko. He's willing to jump through hoops for me in hopes that he'll eventually conquer my flesh. That's a way to say it. I mean, you're not wrong, but I think he actually genuinely cares for you. Even when he tries to help out with my compulsions, I don't have full faith in him. He takes it upon himself to complete my checklist of rituals in order to spare me the stress. But more often than not, I still have to go and double check everything, just to make sure he didn't fuck anything up. If I can't even trust him with that, then I know I'll never be able to trust another soul with anything. Looking at Shinya now, pacing nervously around my apartment, I decided to not put any stock into what he says next. There's no way in hell that I'll believe whatever comes out of his mouth.
Noriko is my friend, but my father, Chief Detective Fujikawa, in case you didn't know, has declared her the prime suspect of our investigation.
Because he's correct, finally. It only took him 2 months. Why do you want to kill her, though?
Thing is, father isn't the most lenient person. And he's been cracking under stress lately. If he finds Noriko, if he arrests her, there will be no trial.
That's
she'll simply get life behind bars.
Not how that
Guaranteed.
works. Are you trying to, like, fake her death? Or do you think killing her is better? Shinya hangs his head and I hear a quiet sob.
Is that our country's idea of justice? She doesn't deserve anything less than death for her crimes.
Oh! He thinks he thinks his father is too lenient. Oh! Okay, Shinya!
Letting her live safely behind bars isn't a punishment. It's an act of mercy.
Okay, everyone in this story is fucked up and evil, actually. Except maybe Tomoe. She's fucked up, but maybe not evil.
I want to ensure Noriko receives true justice, fitting judgment for the lives she destroyed.
What he's saying just doesn't add up. How does he know she won't receive the death penalty? It's true that it's not a common punishment, but it's still legal in this country, especially for so many cases of mass murder. Does Shinya have information that I don't?
I need to find her. I need to hand her the justice that my father is too cowardly to deliver.
Shinya just took a turn as a character, that's for sure. Whatever. I'm already sick of this guy. He acts like he's been personally wronged by Noriko's crimes, like he's so high and mighty and knows what's best. I doubt he knew a single person that Noriko killed. He kind of vaguely knew one of them. Two of them? Two of them. He vaguely knew one. He definitely knew the other. Which he should be happy she killed for him, even though it was Aoi that did it.
Fine. To be honest, I don't really care about your reasons. As long as you want Noriko dead, then our goals are the same. But I have to ask, will you turn yourself into the police after you kill her?
No, of course not, because I'm doing it for justice. Once again, Shinya hangs his head.
I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't.
Okay, at least you understand that. He leaves the sentence hanging in midair. Wasn't exactly a confirmation.
There's only one problem. I have no idea where Noriko's hiding. She doesn't live in her apartment anymore. She doesn't show up to her office. I know that she has a factory that she runs her operation from, but I can't find it.
I see. I might be able to help.
What do you mean you can't find it? Did you guys just never follow the van that you knew was carrying corpses there?
Tomoe and Noriko used to spend a lot of time together. Not sure what they used to get up to, but I checked the travel history on Tomoe's IC card, and she made a lot of trips to Shinokubo.
Her IC card. For people traveling by train every day, buying single-use tickets is often a pain in the ass. Reusable IC cards are much more convenient. You can top them up with money and simply swipe them at ticket gates to have your train fare automatically deducted. Best of all, they keep a record of your transaction history and the stations you've traveled to recently. The fact that Shinya even thought to look at Tomoe's travel history makes me want to reconsider my initial assessment of the guy's detective skills.
Shinokubo, you say?
She wouldn't have taken the train there, though. She would have driven the van.
Yeah. Can't imagine what she was doing there, but all the dates she traveled to that station coincide with days she claimed to be hanging out with Noriko.
I guess if they left the van at the factory, she would have to go there to get the van. I still don't think Shinya realized that Tomoe was in on Noriko's operation. Regardless, this is valuable information. Chances are good that Noriko and Tomoe spent a lot of time together at the factory, and that factory may very well be located in Shinokubo. I'll feed this information to Junpei and see what he makes of it. Perhaps he knows something I don't.
Thanks for the info.
And now we kill you.
That's enough for today. I'll contact you when I locate Noriko.
Oh, say, just one more thing.
What is it?
Have you ever killed someone?
If you've been wanting to kill her, then why haven't you just called her
that's a
and
good
asked her to meet
question.
up with you?
He thinks he's so clever. He thinks he has everything all worked out. He doesn't know shit.
It's not that easy. I need to find where she's living and running her operation from.
Right, because she has to become Corpse
I
Girl.
want to destroy everything involved with Corpse Girl. I want to burn her factory to the ground.
More lies. Lies on top of lies. The truth of the matter is that Noriko knows perfectly well my intentions for her, even if she temporarily forgets it during moments of delirium. Was finding this out actually what sent Noriko down the spiraling path she went on? Because Kojiro is the least unreliable narrator we have. Noriko definitely was. I think Aoi kind of is, because information is being left out even though we're seeing their inner thoughts. Kojiro was the only one, like, everything that he did and said internally was true. But we know Noriko was an unreliable narrator and left out a lot of information. I'm wondering now if Aoi is also doing that? So was it maybe Aoi saying something to her, or Noriko finding something else that sent her into the I'm gonna go pretend to be a corpse spiral? Things were different not so long ago, but I missed that opportunity. Noriko worked out my position in the human removal service. She figured out that I'm the Herald, the one responsible for slicing and dicing. She doesn't know that there's more than one Herald, but that's irrelevant. And she doesn't know that I'm responsible for the massive bodies littered across Tokyo, thanks to Corpse Girl's website. However, as long as she knows I'm a threat, she'll never agree to meet with me. How she came to the conclusion that I'm the enemy is beyond me. She's a sharp person, despite teetering on the edge of a total breakdown. Doesn't matter. The point is, I can't simply call and meet up with her. Besides, I actually do want to locate the factory just as much as I want to locate her. The factory is where I'll plant myself. It's where I'll start my life anew. It's where I'll grow and blossom into the new Corpse Girl once I've taken over Noriko's identity. Shinya is contemplating my answer. It seems good enough for him.
You want to see Corpse Girl completely and utterly defeated. I get that. That's your idea of justice.
Sure.
Agreeing with him will make this ordeal of a conversation end quicker.
I'm going to get some rest. So...
Okay. I understand. I'll take my leave. Call me when you locate Noriko, okay?
yes.
Lie.
Farewell then.
He makes his way to the door, and I don't take my eyes off him until he disappears through the portal. When he's gone, I tiptoe towards the door and confirm it's fully closed. I make sure the door is snugly nestled in the wooden frame. I lock the door handle, then slide the deadbolt into place.
The door is locked.
But is it?
The door is locked.
I can't be certain. To my eyes that fail me on a daily basis, that betray my mind with illusions and phantoms, the door seems to be locked. But why should I trust my eyes? I don't trust anyone. Why should I trust parts of myself? I can't even see colors clearly. Red, green, whatever. I can't see anything without the aid of glasses. The door has to be locked. It has to be, otherwise I won't be able to walk away. I won't be able to stop thinking about it until I come back and check again and again and again and again.
The door is locked.
I turn away, take a deep breath, and then immediately turn back.
The door is locked. The door is locked.
I'm pretty sure the deadbolt is in place. It certainly looks like it's in place. I'm so exhausted. I'm tired of the routines and rituals. Why can't I just walk away? If I walked away, the problem wouldn't exist. I wouldn't be stuck standing here, checking and double-checking something so trivial. If I could walk away, I wouldn't be so full of stress, so worked up about things that ultimately don't matter. Another deep breath, and I take a step back.
Doors locked.
I turn, run, dash. I sprint through the room, sprint through the hallway. I slam my body into my bedroom door, throwing it open wide. Let's save real quick. We haven't saved all night. I collapse on my bed. I ignore the nagging in my brain telling me that the door is unlocked. I ignore it until it feels too real and I have to scratch at my flesh just to distract myself. I pull my pillow over my head and hold it tightly around my face. I'm safe here, safe in my bed. The door is locked. Locked. I try to convince myself to fall asleep, tell myself I'll feel better after I rest. I hope I locked the front door. Wednesday!
So yeah, like, I reckon I'll have some work for you soon. The other heralds have been keeping the numbers up. There just haven't been any requests for this area lately, you know?
So Junpei's technically the ringleader. He distills it out to the people to go do the killing.
Yeah.
I'm only half listening to Junpei. He said something about why I haven't been tasked with killing anyone lately, but I don't really care about the reasons. Junpei's the only one in contact with the leader of the human removal service. Oh, okay. So there is an actual leader. I just take orders like all the other heralds. Not that I've met any of them. Every herald has their own district, their own turf. If a request comes through our website, it gets allocated to the herald closest to the victim. It must have been a week since I last got to kill. Maybe 2 weeks. It's not that I like the killing. It's not that I want to do it. Yes, you do. I fill the request simply as a way to antagonize Noriko. It's my role to play in backing her into a corner and shutting down Corpse Girl. And so far, thanks to my contributions to the human removal service, we've been incredibly successful. Corpse Girl is all but a distant memory to the general public. If people really want to request someone's death, they come to us, not her. I don't plan on remaining with this group for much longer. After all, Noriko is pretty much already broken. She's a wreck. Once I find her, I'll possess her and quit this group. Then I'll finally have the life I always wanted, Noriko's life. I'll resurrect Corpse Girl when I feel like it. I'll use my inside knowledge on the human removal service operations to bring them down myself. After that, I'll be able to spend my days in peace, living free of fear, finally comfortable in being the girl I want to be. I'll truly be Noriko.
Yo, babe, you in there?
I suppose I drifted too far away. I rub my eyes, look at Junpei, and flash him my sweetest fake smile.
I'm okay. Sorry, honey bear. I'm very tired.
Oh, don't sweat it. You want me to grab you a cup of coffee?
That would be lovely. You always know how to make me feel better.
Two-faced bitch.
Of course. I'm on it, babe. You wait right there.
Junpei stomps away and heads behind the bar, leaving me alone in this empty section of the cafe. I take a seat on one of the cardboard boxes lining the wall. The box is solid thanks to being packed full of various canned drinks. The main cafe belongs to us in the early hours of the morning. The place doesn't open until noon, so there's no one here this early. I have my own keys these days, regardless of whether or not I'm supposed to. Junpei suggested we use this place as a makeshift base of operations after I decided I was going to continue working here. That was some time ago now. Originally, I truly planned to quit. I was going to work with Noriko. My manager at the time used to drive me insane. I couldn't wait to get away. But after I killed him, things weren't so bad. The new manager is great. He doesn't pressure me to work shifts I don't want to. He doesn't let customers take advantage of the staff. Good! Like an actual manager is supposed to. Neither the new manager nor the other staff members care that Junpei and I meet up down here. It's not like we leave any incriminating evidence behind either. It's simply an easy place for us to meet up and talk since Junpei lives so far away from me. The added benefit is that we have access to cheap drinks and food thanks to my employee discount, so hanging out here is actually quite pleasant. I wait for a while longer for Junpei to return. I really could use a coffee right now. His return is heralded by the thump of heavy feet against the tiled floor.
Got you, fam.
Okay, that's a little much. Junpei slides up to me and hands me my favorite drink, a tall iced coffee with an extra espresso shot and a dollop of ice cream.
Oh, you're the best, baby.
Yeah, I know it.
He giggles in his insanely irritating high-pitched way and begins to chug down his own latte.
So I wanted to ask you a favor.
Anything for you, honeybee.
Tuft of milky foam sits on the top lip and I have to hold myself back from stabbing him in the face! Oh, man!
Noriko apparently spent a lot of time in Shin Okubo with her accomplice Tomoe.
Shin Okubo, huh? Good old K-Town. What'd they go there for? Karaoke?
Doubt it. Noriko sounds like a drowning cat when she sings.
Why is cat green? I mean, we now know that green means red, but why cat green?
Then what?
Well, I'd like to think that's where the factory is located.
Oh, gotcha. Ooh, you could be onto something. Trip from Kojiro's mark to Shinokubo wouldn't take that long. Since they used to move a lot of bodies around, it's definitely a viable location.
I agree.
Right on, I'll look into it.
Again, though, how did you guys get the bodies out of the morgue? Did, like, every one of your human removal people come to do that?
I'll track down factories in that area and get my troops to investigate each one.
I'm careful not to let him see me roll my eyes. By his troops, he means the guy he plays online games with. A bunch of teenagers that all look up to him because he's a top-ranked player. They're not involved with the human removal service. They're just pawns that Junpei used to complete legwork around town. Okay, so there's who helped them get the corpses out. Sadly, they're happy to serve him because they all see him as their sensei.
Cool. Let me know what you find out. I'm itching to get this all over with. My love.
Oh, man. She's actually... So, okay. I don't think Noriko is a sociopath. She has her own issues, but she has empathy for people to some degree. Aoi has literally no empathy to anyone. She's actually a sociopath. It's increasingly difficult to act pleasant around Junpei. My mouth tries to clamp itself shut every time I use a pet name or affectionate term. I know that my time to discard him is near. Once I become Noriko, then...
Count on me, sweetums. Now drink up and get your energy back.
I take a sip from my iced coffee and can nearly taste it. How is this gonna end? How is the story gonna end? Because there's no way there's a good ending, but apparently there's multiple endings? I think we're just gonna go through and finish everything tonight, assuming that things aren't like 10 hours away. Because my tongue is dead, the food and drinks I consume need to be extra strong or sweet for me to have a chance of enjoying the flavor. I see. Wait, again, do you mean that literally, or do you just, like, have you lost sensitivity in your tongue? I need an outside perspective on this, because Aoi is, like I said, an unreliable narrator. But Junpei doesn't know this. He just thinks I have a sweet tooth. He can think whatever he wants, because I just don't care. Man! I don't think we're ever gonna actually get any conclusion to Kojiro's girlfriend being in Noriko's walls, are we? Message from Junpei arrives while I'm laying in the fetal position on my couch. Junpei, free Wi-Fi. Hey cutie, the guys checked out a bunch of factories yesterday. Got the location. Hit me up. I have to read the message twice to be sure my eyes aren't deceiving me like usual. Does he truly have the location I've been looking for? I take a calming breath. I don't want to jump to conclusions, especially with someone involving Junpei. I am honestly I'm kind of waiting for a switch to Shizuko, was her name right? Somehow being either alive or a walking corpse. He has a tendency to exaggerate and may just be trying to get me excited about some useless information. I send him a short reply requesting the info. I instantly receive a thumbs up emote, then the text box changes to an animated ... as Junpei composes his follow-up message. The wait is agonizing. If Junpei pulls through for me here, I might finally learn Noriko's location. I don't think she's at the factory anymore, though. She said she was leaving it. If it all pans out, then everything could be over by tonight. It's hard to not get excited about the prospect. It's hard not to get ahead of myself. I could leave my death behind and never look back. I could become Noriko and live the happy life she'd been keeping to herself all these years. She's not been living a happy life. The message finally arrives on my screen. It's an address, not that I expected anything else. A street name and a factory number in the Shin Okubo area. One more message from Junpei comes through. My guys saw a chick matching Noriko's description inside the factory. They thought she was a zombie. Ha! Go check it. Okay, so she is at the factory. This is it. As long as the information is solid, I've located Noriko's factory. My entire body begins to shake. An icy chill washes over me as though I've walked into a cold shower. It's a strange sensation for a dead girl to feel. Pain doesn't affect me, and yet the cold is something I can never banish from my bones. No time to focus on that. I have to stay calm. Need to concentrate and pull myself together. I launch myself up from the couch and collect the backpack hanging over the coat rack. I unzip it, run my hands through its contents, and convince myself that everything I need is within. After swinging the bag over my shoulder, I throw open the apartment door and venture outside. The factory is a rundown mess. How anyone can live here is beyond me. I suppose I'll just have to find a way to make it feel like home. Maybe once I'm inside Noriko's skin, I'll be able to understand why she is so comfortable here. Yeah, the more I look at it, the better it seems. This will be my home. I will be Noriko and live happily ever after. I'll sit back and enjoy the life that she has been withholding from me. Firstly, I need to find somewhere to change my clothes. I can't kill someone if I'm wearing my nice dress. That's just not acceptable. I did consider changing at home, but then I would have scored funny looks from people on the train ride over here. Is it strange that a dead girl fears entering a socially awkward situation? I always go out of my way to avoid uncomfortable situations. Perhaps it's just a remnant of life I once knew, something that I can't quite leave behind. It's the same as my obsessive compulsions. They cling to me like carrion flies swarming over my corpse. Shouldn't be worried about any of those things, but dead or not, my mind can't just discard the anxieties that shaped my entire life. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I trapping myself in my pointless thoughts? My goal is right in front of me. Noriko is on the other side of that brick wall, completely unaware of what is about to happen. A heavy-handed slap to my face doesn't sting, but it causes me to reevaluate what I'm doing. Focus! First, I'll change into the gear provided to me by the human removal service. Then, I'll shimmy into the factory through an open window. I'll look at Noriko and drive a knife into her chest. I'll pluck her still-beating heart from her body like a ripe strawberry, and then I'll carve my name into the pulsating, blood-spurting organ. Noriko's life will be over, and I'll be reborn. I'll baptize myself in her lifeblood and become the girl I've always wanted to be. And I'll be happy. Happy, just like Noriko. That smiling, carefree girl that I spent my youth with. The girl that faced her mother's attempted suicide with a stoic smile. Stoic, unflinching Noriko. The girl that doesn't flinch when her father walked out. The girl that stayed inside day after day when the outside world just became too scary for her. The happy, carefree girl without a single real problem. You're delusional. You're more delusional than Noriko. She never knew how good her life was. She wouldn't have lasted a day in my shoes. I hate her so much. I'm going to become her. My backpack hits the ground with a dull impact. I turn my yellow sundress from my shoulders and let it fall to the ground, just like a snake shedding its skin. The cool afternoon breeze bites at my naked skin and makes the tiny hairs across my body stand on end. Why can the dead feel the cold? Because you're not dead, idiot! The dead shouldn't feel anything. I crouch and rummage through my backpack, withdrawing my change of clothes. Slowly, calmly, deliberately, I dress myself in the dark gear that makes me as a herald. That marks me the herald, one of many. I note the comforting weight of 4 knives concealed within my jacket, 1 on each sleeve and 2 against my chest. It's important to be armed to the teeth. After donning every article, I pull a broad mask out of the bag. A mask in the likeness of Corpse Girl, my enemy and my future identity. Excuse me, she's clearly dead? No. Incorrect. She came close to dying, which, due to her being this unreliable, I'm not even sure was an intentional act of her father. I'm going to now believe something broke. Until proven otherwise, something broke and it, ended up hitting her. Would she lie about being dead? She's not lying, she believes it. She just isn't reliable. Nothing she says is reliable. I slide the mask over my face and a curtain of calm descends over me. This is the last time I march forward in the name of the Human Removal Service. This is for my own personal agenda. Scheming of that rebellious group of killers no longer guides me. The time has come. I approach the factory's front entrance and try the door, simply out of curiosity. I don't expect Noriko to have lowered her guard so much, and yet, the door swings open. She left it unlocked. A mistake I never would have made thanks to my overbearing compulsions. place reeks of death. If I wasn't so accustomed to the smell, I'd probably vomit. Do dead girls vomit? The dull, steady hum of an air conditioner registers in my consciousness, but doesn't distract me from examining the surroundings. Countless empty body bags are strewn across the pockmarked concrete floor. Some are stained with brown blood and some are completely clean. A series of shelves, almost like warehouse racks, run around the walls, across the floor in haphazard patterns. Whoever planned this layout was out of their mind. However, this is home now. My home. Soon. Striding forward, I weave between shelves and step over discarded body bags. So far, there's been no indication of Noriko's presence. Still, I draw a knife from inside my sleeve so that it rests in the palm of my hand. The metal handle is cold. Cold? Why do I feel cold? The entire factory is like a freezer. How can Noriko live here? Oh, hi Noriko. My torso twists in reaction to the monotone syllable. The quick movement sends a shooting pain across my chest. Pain? Pain?
It's you. Hello, Harold. It took me a while, but I figured out what your mask is supposed to be. It's like an artistic representation of Corpse Girl, right? The Corpse Girl mascot that appears on my website.
Noriko flashes her phone at me and I glare at the website displayed.
That's totally copyright infringement.
It's not that close. It's got the scar, I guess. I don't know what to say to her. This isn't exactly how I imagined this encounter would play out.
Why'd you fake Junpei Matsumoto's death? You know what I'm talking about, right?
He was still useful to her.
That time we met in the underground parking lot. You planted a look-alike corpse to fool us into thinking Junpei had died. Total Corpse Girl move, by the way. Guess you stole that strategy from me, too. I sense a lawsuit.
I don't think legally you can sue her for this. She steps forward with a hand outstretched. I instinctively lash out with my knife and slash her wrist. But her hand comes to rest on my shoulder, the tiny nick from my inaccurate blade not even prompting a spurt of blood.
Ouch! That stung a little.
The warmth of her hand seeps into my shoulder. It's almost comforting.
Aoi, I miss you. I really miss you. Can you take
Lawsuit ending, let's go.
Can we just talk?
I don't take off the mask. I don't know why I'm standing here listening to her. I don't know why her presence and her reassuring hand has caused me to lower my guard.
Mark my words, vengeance will be mine!
Who's vengeance? In a lawsuit? Lawsuit vengeance? She smiles. This is the happy, carefree Noriko I grew up with.
You're so beautiful, Aoi. I'm really sad we can't be together. How are things with your boyfriend?
That single useless word crawls out of my rotting mouth like a diseased maggot. It's all I can bring myself to say.
You can't tell me? That's okay. You used to be so open with me. And then, you died.
Okay. Wait, you also consider her dead?
We tried to keep our friendship going after that, but we've never really been the same since then, have we? I hope you get the help you need, Aoi. I hope one day we can put all of this behind us.
You're one to talk, but Aoi definitely is, like, way further off the edge than Noriko. My fingers loosen, the grip of my knife weakening. It falls to the concrete ground. I don't need it anymore. I tense my arms and squeeze my hands together, desperately trying to crush Noriko's throat beneath my fingers. Her skin is warm and flushes red as my grip tightens. She kicks against me, but the pain doesn't register. She's weak and frail. She actually is weak and frail. This is correct. Her strangled cry is drowned out by my own grunts of exertion. Anemic fingers swipe at my arms constantly, only serving to irritate me. I could hold her neck in one hand and use my other to plunge a knife into her face. I could continue strangling her until I crush her windpipe. Or I could slash her stomach open and let her intestines spill out onto the ground. All of these options are appealing. All of the options can be put into motion within seconds. I take my right hand off her neck and slip it into my jacket, ready to pull out a knife. My left hand closes tighter on her neck, and Noriko closes the distance between us, causing my elbow to bend and allow her closer. Her forehead slams into my own, and my neck recoils backwards. I'm falling to the ground, only able to blink once as I try to work out what just happened. Somehow summon the strength to headbutt me. Frail, weak, ghostly Noriko. She actually stood up for herself. She actually struck the person she loves. I'm dazed, but ultimately uninjured. I didn't even feel the impact of my skull against the concrete when I landed flat on my back. Noriko towers over me and rubs her neck, her ragged breathing even louder than the thrumming air conditioner.
Sorry, Aoi. I had to defend myself. Please, get up. Let's talk about things.
I get up, slip the knife into her side, and feel it slide neatly between two of her ribs. Her taut, thin skin does nothing to resist impalement. Noriko looks down at the wound and mumbles in surprise. Oh! I drive the knife deeper, and with a flick of my wrist, I pull it sideways, slashing her belly open wide. Okay, well, Noriko's dead. An arcing stream of blood sprays from the savage wound and forms a macabre rainbow before me. Noriko coughs and gags as she frantically tries to stem the tide of blood with her hands.
Damn it.
Did you not expect this?
Corpse girl will
Falls to her knees.
get at you.
Her empty threat falls with her, and her face slams into the concrete. Noriko Kurosawa is dead. Using the very same knife that slashed her open, I cut along the seams of my jacket and skirt. Strip myself down with the blade until I'm standing cold and naked in the factory. Doesn't take long to strip Noriko down as well, but I'm extra careful with her clothes, and I don't use the knife this time. Simply pull her dress up and over her until it slides free from her motionless body. Hold the dress up against me, letting it press against my own form. I look down and admire the sight of myself, imagining what I'll look like when I wear it. I can finally become Noriko. I can wear her clothes, live in her factory, talk to her friends, work at her office. That's not gonna happen. I can do all the things that she loved to do. All the things that made her happy. I slip the dress over my head and force my arms through the sleeves. It's a little long, but overall it fits me nicely. I'm Noriko Kurosawa. Final act. We're back to Noriko, but I assume we're Noriko, quote unquote. No, okay, wait, we might actually be Noriko. When Mother killed herself, she didn't die. Well, she died, but not really. It's a funny thought. Everything that she was, everything that made her Asuna Kurosawa, left this planet on that day. Her body remained, but her soul had departed. She got sent away to a care facility, and I didn't see her very often after that. On the rare occasions I visited her, I would always notice that her eyes no longer looked like mine. I hate her for what she did to our family. Yuriko and I were only children at the time, but Mother hung herself up from the ceiling and made us watch. She encouraged us to kick the chair out from underneath her. Oh, wow! We didn't understand what she was doing. She told us it was a game. So we kicked the chair and we laughed. And Mother laughed, and then her neck snapped, and she stopped laughing, and that light in her eyes that I once shared with her was extinguished instantly. Yuriko screamed, and I screamed, and Mother just wouldn't move, and we couldn't get her down from the ceiling, and eventually Yuriko remembered how to call for an ambulance, and the paramedics arrived, and we were taken away. After that, I was completely fucked up, because you don't just walk away from something like that and act like nothing happened. So there's where all of Noriko's problems stem from. I mean, I would imagine to some degree they were always there, but this would jumpstart them hard. I spent years trying to force the painful memories of her attempted suicide out of my mind, but I didn't exactly cope with it very well. How could I? I became terrified of the world and became used to locking myself inside and wasting away. Yuriko dealt with it a little better than me. I can't say her rebellious behavior was the right way to cope, but it had to have been healthier than staying inside for weeks at a time. Arguable? Depending on what she was doing, arguable. Not eating, though, is not good. By the time I reached senior high school, I think I had mostly gotten past everything. You did not. You do not get past that. The vision of the Mother hanging from the ceiling in front of me didn't haunt my dreams. The sound of our laughter intermingling with screams didn't always ring in my ears. Well, I mean, I guess that helps. Aoi helped me through a lot of it. She shared all of her problems with me, and it made me feel a bit better, like maybe my life wasn't so bad. Aoi's life was kinda messed up. Father was arrested for various crimes and didn't spend much time in her life. When we were about ready to graduate, he came back to town and violently attacked her. Okay, we now have confirmation that that did happen. She called me and told that he killed her. But she killed him too, so it was all going to be okay. Her words, not mine. I never understood what she meant when she said she was dead. I think graduating put some distance between us, so I never truly tried to figure out her words. Okay, so it is metaphorical. She was injured in this in a, you would think would kill someone way, but probably, clearly survived it. And then, metaphorically, the Aoi that existed before died. Because, like, again, you don't just walk away from that. My own problems came back to haunt me once I moved out of home, became completely distracted and almost forgot about Aoi. The apartment I moved into, I should have known that the smell of mold wasn't normal. I should have paid attention to the shoddy repair work that had been performed on the wall. I should have just walked away and found somewhere else to live. But that apartment. Suppose that's where I started to lose control of my life. And that's exactly the reason why I need to return there. Are we before or after? Several days later. Did Noriko survive?
Looks the same as always.
Okay, she's alive. I'm not looking forward to climbing the rest of the stairs up to the apartment. I can hardly walk at all, even on flat ground. But I have to do this. I can't let stitches and bandages and painkillers distract me from getting inside. Okay, she survived. I don't know how long I was in the hospital for. None of my personal effects were with me when I woke up. I had no phone, no purse, no handbag. But the doctors monitored me for a few days and then let me go, even though I told them I had nowhere to return to. They just threw me out onto the street. They couldn't even tell me what happened to the girl who attacked me. They had no idea if she'd been arrested or not. I have a feeling she's still out there. Regardless, I'm here now. My wound is apparently on the mend, and I don't have any signs of infection. All I have to focus on is the ascent in front of me. Each step I climb is more difficult to conquer than the last. Each time I raise my leg, I experience a tearing, searing agony along the length of my stomach. More than once, I have to stop and check that my stitches haven't torn wide open. When I'm sure my flesh is more or less intact, I continue scaling the mountain. My head throbs and beads of sweat drip down my face. When I hit the landing on the level below my own apartment, I spy a familiar face. Hi, Momo. You're probably traumatized to see me, aren't you? Momo Ogawa, the daughter of Kenji Ogawa, the man I framed in order to maintain my innocence.
Hey, Momo.
Dad!
Yeah. I'm sorry, Momo. You were a good bean. Her father is exiting their apartment just as Momo cries out. There's a double take before glaring at me.
Noriko, surprised to see you here.
I can't quite get a grasp of his tone. Is he happy to see me or angry? Does he even know that I'm the reason he was arrested? Yeah, probably. Well, I'm assuming the police let him go fairly quickly. After all, he's here at his home and not rotting in a cell.
Hello.
Your landlord said you disappeared.
Yeah, kind of.
Are you okay?
No.
You look like...
His gaze turned to the hospital tags adorning my wrist and the package of spare bandages I have slung over my shoulder.
You know, you disappeared right around the time the...
Okay, so he doesn't know, he suspects.
Huh?
Forget it. It's nothing.
I have a bad feeling that he's beginning to piece something together. If he works out that I'm behind his false arrest, then...
Sorry, I should go.
Yeah. Come on, Momo.
Bye-bye, Noriko!
Oh, she wasn't scared of me?
Bye, Momo.
The girl waves excitedly as her father leads her downstairs. I should feel relieved that he's safe, but honestly, I just feel guilty. Yeah, see, okay, she has empathy. She can feel guilt. She's not a sociopath. She just pushes it down. It's like, no, I want to kill people. My actions, Corpse Girl's actions, put a lot of strain on that little family. I have to keep going. Last flight of stairs is torture on my battered body, but I persevere and reach the front door of my apartment. At the moment, I remember I don't have any keys to get in. Shit. Out of desperation, I try turning the handle and the door opens. Either I left the place unlocked or the landlord has been inside and forgot to lock up. I'm just thankful that I can keep moving forward. The curtains are open, bathing the living area in a soft light.
I'm home.
I would imagine it's been sold by now. Home. No, that's not right. This isn't my home. This isn't Noriko's home. This is Corpse Girl's home. I never really lived here. I simply existed within these walls. The real Noriko was held hostage by an omnipotent presence sealed in this home. She found the body, and that triggered all of this. Things here just as I left them so long ago. Comforting feeling, but at the same time, it sends a chill down my spine. It's time to move on. Scribe his purpose towards the kitchenette and slide open one of the drawers. Inside is a small mallet with a metal head. The treasure I acquired from the garden shed in the apartment grounds, back when I first moved in. It's not very large, but that suits me just fine. I don't have the strength to wield anything bigger than this. Bringing it to bear is still a great deal of effort. I grip the handle with both hands and lift the deceptively heavy tool. Equipped with this tiny weapon of destruction, I slowly lurch through the hallway. I make my way to the very end, where a blank, stark white wall faces me. The paint on the wall is peeling, like it was slapped on without care. The plaster is cracked, like it was applied by an amateur. And the lingering stench of mold is at its strongest where I stand in front of this wall. Bring the mallet down with both arms, the heavy metal head crashing into the wall with as much force as I can muster. The struggle of bearing the mallet is taking its toll on my wound. I feel the stitches in my stomach threatening to snap and break, but I can't stop here. I can't stop until I've crushed this wall and revealed the glittering contents of the trove hidden inside. Another swing and another crash against the plaster. Okay, so no, she didn't see it then if she's only getting in now. A cry of pain and another hole in the wall. I scream and swing the hammer and groan and slash and weep, and the wall crumbles beneath my sheer force of will. White dust clouds my vision and provokes me into a coughing frenzy. When my eyes and throat clear up, I throw the mallet to the carpet and venture forward. I clamber through the human-sized hole in the wall and find myself within the secret cache on the other side. Oh, mummified. The stench assaulting my nostrils no longer disguises itself as mold. It's the fetid malodor of rotten decay. Yush. The inimitable trademark of a decomposing corpse. Gosh. Spent so long fooling myself into believing it was nothing concerning. Spent so long pretending that corpse did not live within the walls of my apartment. Truth is, this corpse pinned to the wall is the root of all evil. It's an infinite fount of misery and despair and malice and death and hatred. This is Corpse Girl.
Hello, old friend.
The corpse does not reply. To call it a corpse is no longer entirely accurate. It's become little more than a skeleton, an osseous edifice, a macabre tribute to the unyielding sands of time. I guess it is more skeleton here. The face looks mummified more than it looks like a skeleton. Bone and flesh and hair and fabric blend and intertwine and meld together to form a sickening representation of human beauty. Beauty. I used to think this body was a pure reflection. Back when the corpse was more or less intact, it was the image of a gorgeous, vibrant young woman. Okay, she has seen it. I aspired to become just as beautiful. Slender, elegant, graceful, with pale skin and dark eyes. Looking at her now, it's clear to see that I was deceived. The form before me is not beautiful. It's revolting. I shaped myself into the image of death, truly believing I was transcending mortal beauty. This corpse controlled me for so long. This corpse manipulated me and made me want to become just like it. So, okay. Legally speaking, Noriko's actions never directly, through her action, resulted in anyone dying. Because Aoi committed all of the murders. Any crime, any legally applicable thing that she could be held responsible for the pictures and all that, absolutely can be, like, not hand waved away, but she would be found not guilty by reason of mental defect And she would probably go to a mental institution, which would probably be good for her. So unless Noriko dies here, which she probably is gonna like seal herself in here and die, probably legally shouldn't face repercussions. Aoi should though, for every murder that she has committed, which dozens upon dozens apparently. Somewhere along the way, my own identity began to dissolve, and I started to believe that I had become this rotting carcass, this pallid bag of flesh. Technically, everything is Kojiro's fault. The spell has been broken. I don't know if it's because of my near-death experience or the clarity of mind inspired by an intoxicating cocktail of painkillers, but I no longer want to associate myself with Corpse Girl. I want to be myself, just Noriko. I no longer want to kill in the name of this blasphemous effigy.
Corpse Girl, I found you here. Trapped in this storage closet. Just over a year ago. And you stole my life from me.
Looking at her now, I can't help but wonder what the hell went through my mind when I let her possess me. Why did discovering this corpse have such a profound, lasting effect on my psyche? Because of the trauma of your mother. I shut my eyes as a wave of dizziness threatened to overcome me. Staggering in the near darkness, I struggled to regain my balance. I'd blacked out in the memory of discovering this corpse for so long, I refused to acknowledge it ever happened. But the crystallized fragments of that forgotten memory have finally breached the surface of my consciousness. I can finally recall the event thanks to the clarity brought about by my current state of mind. What I want to know is, how did the landlord not find this before selling the apartment? It happened 7 days after I moved into this apartment. The musty smell of mold lured me to the wall at the end of the corridor, the wall that had been hastily patched up and covered with plaster and paint. I wondered about the source of the smell. I figured it might be a leak, a busted pipe that needed repair. Instead of calling upon the landlord for assistance, I took matters into my own hands. Perhaps I was inspired by my newfound independence. I'd just become a free young woman, living on my own for the first time. Perhaps I was just stupid. I located a mallet in the garden shed. I tore down the wall. I found Corpse Girl, and in that moment, I fell to my knees. Someone had hung this corpse upon the wall and decorated the storage room with books and photographs. The sight of the dead woman bearing down on me instantly unearthed the buried memories of my mother's attempted suicide. The pain and despair that I had repressed for so long found its way out of my mouth and formed an unholy scream. I think that fear of that discovery and the subsequent revival of subdued memories caused me to slip in and out of consciousness. I was paralyzed by fear and my entire body was racked with pain. Looking back now, I feel like I must have spent days lying in a heap on the floor of this storage closet. Days spent within a dreary haze of dread and depression and disease and distress. Days spent at the feet of the hanging corpse, that form I began to look up to and idolize. Days spent in a lull of fever dreams, surrounded by photographs on the wall and all manner of corpses. See, I can fix her. I can't fix Aoi, but I can fix Noriko. Days and days of my soul and identity slipping between my fingers. Something must have eventually cracked inside me, because I remember getting to my feet and repairing the wall. I don't know how I did it, but I patched it up and painted over it and vacuumed up all the dust and debris from the carpet. And then the memory of the entire incident just vanished from my mind. The only relic I retrieved from the storage space was a single book, a heavy tome that must have tumbled out of the closet during my delirium. Faust Photography, a comprehensive history of photo manipulation. I'm surprised Kojiro didn't recognize that then. Because he put them all in there. Now, Corpse Girl doesn't look the way she used to. Uncovering her today hasn't shocked me into submission like it did all that time ago. Am I stronger now? No, not really. But I was prepared to face her this time. And now I'm here to bury her. As I calmly assess how difficult it would be to retrieve her from her position, my eyes fall upon the dozens of photos plastered haphazardly across the wall. Photographs of nameless bodies printed with an instant camera. There must be 10 or 20 or 30 corpses across the entire series of images. I don't recognize any of them. That's the only comfort I can take from viewing the images. The comfort that I'm not the one who decorated this room with these macabre visuals. Whoever pulled these photos up is undoubtedly the same person responsible for hanging Corpse Girl on the wall. All of these photos look so real, and all of the corpses are in such normal situations. Oh, okay, so Kojiro was doing this shit. It's an image of a decomposing body sitting on a bench waiting at a train platform. He's wearing a suit like an ordinary businessman. Another image is of a headless couple at a dinner table. Dressed in their Sunday best, they're sharing a candlelit meal. Corpses going about their daily life, it's eerily reminiscent of something else I've encountered before. What was it? A book I read? Instinctively, my eyes dart to the piles of books toppled over in a corner of the storage room. There are dozens of duplicate books, as if they were abandoned here by their own author. I crouch and dust off the cover of the book at the top of the pile. Dazed by the Dead by Nobel Sinclair. Nobel Sinclair? Underneath 10 more copies of the volume is a different book with a familiar cover. Strange Flower. I know this. The very same book that Kojiro lent me so long ago. Except the book here is not some worn, well-read library copy. It's in pristine condition, save for a layer of dust coating it. There are nearly a dozen copies of this book as well. Someone intentionally abandoned these books here, and the fact that they accompanied so many photos of corpses, not to mention Miss Corpse Girl herself, is no coincidence. These books and photos, as well as a copy of Faust's photography, I found here so long ago. All of this somehow embedded itself into my consciousness and inspired me to start Corpse Girl's website. I'm sure of it. This room, this fucking cursed room, ruined my life and corrupted my mind. And I have to wonder if somebody planned it all. Did somebody leave all of these things here in order to break whoever entered? That's probably a far-fetched concept, but I'm desperate to place the blame on somebody, anybody but myself.
Enough.
A light slap to my face slaps me out of my inner ramblings. It's time to bury Corpse Girl and put this life behind me once and for all. I can't really atone for the things I've done this last year. Hell, I don't actually feel like I need to atone. It's not guilt that's eating me up inside. But, at the very least, I can move on. I carefully remove the restraints tying Corpse Girl to the wall and feel the weight of the rotted body collapse against my own frail form. Her head leans against my shoulders, and for a brief moment I pause and let her rest against me. I run a hand through what's left of her hair. She's been through a lot. We both have. We're both Corpse Girl. Well, we used to be. Now we're just empty husks with no purpose. If we're not Corpse Girl, we'll probably be forgotten, lost to time and memory. For once in my life, I'm looking forward to being forgotten. Bump bump. Ending C. How did I get ending C? Ending C, hell. Noriko Kurosawa. 3 months later. Is she still not in jail, or at least been arrested? And you still have your job here?
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, no, that's Aoi. Okay. I make a quick, apologetic bow to my coworkers before hurrying over to my desk. No one seems to be bothered about my tardiness. A few people offer a raised eyebrow, but they quickly return to their own office, or their own work, because this clearly isn't Noriko. Take a seat at my work stand and switch my computer on. It whirs to life and I organize my belongings. For my handbag, I retrieve some key items. First is my canned coffee, still ice cold thanks to the convenience store's powerful refrigeration. Second is my headphones. I can't complete a day of tedious data entry without listening to music. Last but not least is my phone. The screen is a little cracked and the protective case has seen better days, but it's invaluable to me. Okay, so Noriko stole all of, Aoi stole all of Noriko's stuff. Stay away from Izumi, she's going crazy. No, it's okay. We like her better like this. Something feels slightly off as I look at the screen. There's a nagging feeling in my mind, some small voice telling me that this isn't my phone. Okay, hold on. What happened in the Discord? I have to go look now. Oh, okay, no, he's just killing Waddle, that's fine. Something feels slightly off as I look at the screen. There's a nagging feeling in my mind, some small voice telling me that this isn't my phone, but I know it's mine, the familiar red case, the spiderweb fractures inching across the glass. It's my phone. It's my phone, no doubt about it. Pushing the strange thoughts from my mind, I turn my attention to my computer. It doesn't take long to read over the day's list of tasks. I'll continue what I started yesterday. Easy.
Noriko?
I'm startled by the sudden vocalization of my name. I don't know why. People call me by my name every day. Don't they?
Hello, Fujikawa.
That's not what she calls him. Shinya Fujikawa is standing at my desk, scratching his cheek awkwardly. I get the feeling he wants to approach a topic of conversation that makes him nervous.
I wanted to apologize. I haven't been present in the office of late.
That's what do you mean? That's why you're apologizing?
Was there anything you needed to discuss with me during my absence?
I think about the question. Shinya and I don't really need to talk on a day-to-day basis. His work is fairly unrelated to mine. I'm just a data entry temp after all. But we do have a history together, I suppose. We went to school together after all. We were never exactly friends. Actually, I always kind of had the feeling he had a crush on me, but he's not really the type of guy to make a confession. Aoi always used to joke about how he and I would make a cute couple, but I could never see it. He was, and still is, far too dull for my taste. Is this dialogue repeating from the beginning of the game? I don't remember, but I feel like it is. Aoi. Why does that name sound so distant? I try to put a face to the name, but my mind draws a blank. She was my best friend, and yet...
Oh, sorry. I get lost in my own head sometimes.
That is something she would say.
Yes, I see. Well, if there's nothing you need, then I'll be on my way.
Okay, then.
I thought the first thing that he said to us, though, was about not adding him as a friend.
Hey, your old friend, Aoi Sato, have you heard from her lately?
No. Actually, I feel like something must have happened to her. We haven't spoken in... God knows how long.
If that's so, it's too bad.
I find it odd that he leaves the conversation with those last words. He simply walks away from my desk. My phone cries out, the unfamiliar ringtone, one that I never selected, splits my head wide open and prompts my brain to spill out between the cracks in my skull. I squeeze the sludgy gray matter back into my head and blink a few times and realize that my brain is not actually leaking, just a trick of the light. This is a very, very milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk dialogue. I struggle to maintain eye contact with the screen. The caller ID flashes across the device, identifying the caller as Noriko. Me, my own name, myself. Noriko is calling me. I'm calling myself? A dull ache still throbs within my head as though it has been recently emptied. I answer the call.
Hello?
I hear a sharp inhalation of breath and then the call cuts out. It takes a few seconds for me to realize I'm crying. Shinya is at my side, his arm around my shoulders, and within seconds the rest of my coworkers are staring down at me. I'm on the floor, my face nestled within the plush office carpet, but I don't know how I got here. I'm supposed to be stoic, unflinching. It's my ideology, my entire identity. So much for stoic, unflinching Noriko. Remember stoic, unflinching Noriko? No! Maybe if I just close my eyes, I can make everything return to normal and start this day over again. Stairs upward feel particularly difficult to climb today. It's a rather strange day at the office, but I know that returning home to my family will make me feel better. Shinya took me to the train station and waited until I boarded my train. It was really sweet of him. I don't fully recall the things he said to me. He might have mentioned something about not needing to return to the office anymore. Maybe all my work there is completed? No, you've been fired, and you don't work there anymore. My head is still a bit fuzzy, but I'll sift through the details after a hot shower later tonight. Like, there's no way Noriko still had her job there. After being gone for months on end. Since the sun is beginning to go down, I think the others should be home by now. Yuriko's dead. The mom is also dead. Okay. Okay. This is just... Aoi is hallucinating and in some kind of fugue. Yuriko is probably relaxing on the sofa, and Mother should definitely be here since she doesn't leave the apartment these days. I unlock the door to the apartment and wander inside. Are they gonna be corpses? They're corpses, okay. That's not even your mom!
I'm home.
That's some random corpse. Also, how is this body still intact? She's been dead for over 2 months. Stepping through the door is always a comforting feeling. Good to return after a long day at work.
There you are. Good evening, big sis. Good evening, Mom.
Yuriko offers me his warm smile. She's changed a lot recently. Her foul, rebellious attitude disappeared when she moved in. Maybe she simply wanted our family to be reunited again. Maybe her delinquency was all just an act, a way of trying to deny what she really wanted, simply return home. Mother, on the other hand, doesn't really regard my entrance. But that's nothing to be concerned about. She's always distant and aloof.
Shall we order in tonight? I'm thinking some pizza would be delicious.
Yuriko nods. The act causes a small clump of her hair to detach and flutter to the floor. I'm looking forward to a quiet night in with my family and some pizza. I never had the opportunity to enjoy these moments when I was growing up. In those days, I was simply grateful for the nights I could go to bed without a new bruise or gash to cover up. Those days I was simply... Never had the opportunity to move... Oh, okay, yeah. That's herself, not Noriko. Mother used to kick me and splash me, but hang on. I look at her now, slumped on the couch, completely lost in her own world. That's not the mother that used to abuse me. That's not the mother that was married to my father. And Yuriko never used to stand up for me, but that's because... Because? Yuriko was never there when I was growing up. Where was she? I shut my eyes and tried to sift through the confusing fragments of memories swirling within my mind. She's not my mother, this woman before me. She's Noriko's mother. That's it, that's how I know her. Wait, of course she's my mother. I'm Noriko, duh. How could I forget something so simple? Yuriko was there when I was growing up. The reason she never stood up for me is because no one ever abused me. God, I don't know why I was so confused and frazzled like this sometimes. I smile at my loving family and clap my hands together.
Okay, I'm going to order dinner. Is everyone happy with barbecue pizza?
Ew. Ew. You're just like Rika. Go away. Barbecue pizza's a sin. Yuriko nods and Mother lets out a quiet snore of approval. I whip my phone up to my eye level and open a food delivery app. I notice that my battery only has 8% left. I should charge it up before it dies on me. No barbecue pizza. I refuse. I delete all of you. I keep a charger here in the living room, so it only takes me a second to waltz over to the wall socket. As I lean down to grab the charger, I see that another phone is already plugged in. Another phone? The case is blue and the screen doesn't have a trace of damage on it. Whose phone is this? I nervously tap the screen and see a list of noise notifications. There are a lot of messages from someone named Junpei. Okay, so this is her phone. Junpei. It's a name that doesn't ring a bell. I check to see if the phone is unlocked by pressing my thumb against the home button. Strangely, my fingertips unlock the phone instantly. My fingerprint? But this isn't my phone. This can't be my phone. The messages from Junpei all open in quick succession. Babe, good news. Hit me up. Waiting for you. Coffee today? Are you mad at me? Talk to me, my little cherry blossom. I miss you. Did I do something wrong? That splitting sensation inside my skull returns as my eyes devour the contents of the never-ending string of messages. I feel like I know this person, but I can't picture a face. I can't picture any scenario in which we have ever met or spent time together. Why does he speak to me in such a familiar way? Wait, he's not speaking to me. Of course, this isn't my phone, so these messages were never intended for me. I throw the phone aside, happy to have broken free of my concern. Doesn't matter who the phone belongs to. It's not mine, so it doesn't have to. So I don't have to deal with it. I plug my own phone into the charger and feel relieved as I watch the battery icon slowly fill up.
Mom, Yuriko, I'm going to go take a shower while my phone charges. I'll order dinner after that. I promise. Thank you for being patient.
For the first time in a while, Mother actively responds to my voice. Oh. What?
Noriko?
Okay, so her mom is actually alive. I thought she was either, like, dead or in, like, a coma state, but she's... Wait a minute. Not only did Aoi steal this corpse then, she was able to kidnap Noriko's mom? If she's pretending to be Noriko and had documents, she could have taken her, but... I thought this was just a random person. I think this is actually her mom. Her head lifts slightly, and she regards me with her dull eyes.
Mom?
Where am I? You're not Noriko.
A bead of sweat forms on my forehead, and a shiver crawls slowly down my spine like a spider. Her firm, accusatory tone immediately chills me to the bone.
Of course it's me, Mom. It's me, Noriko.
No, you're... Where am...
Panic settles on her delirious face. I don't exactly blame her for being scared and confused. She's been in a near vegetative state ever since her attempted suicide. But for her to not recognize me, for her to not recognize what her own daughter looks like, that's inexcusable, unforgivable. What a time to wake up. I'm Noriko, damn it. Fall to my knees, the splitting, throbbing, aching pain in my skull reaching a crescendo, threatening to blow my brains out across the living room.
I'm Noriko! Noriko Kurosawa! Look at me, Mom! Look at me!
Mother's eyes widen and she looks like she's going to vomit, probably because she's seeing the corpse of her other daughter over here. She turns to see Yuriko, white and ghastly, in the seat next to her, and a tear forms in her eye.
Done. What is this?
Just shut up! Just shut up and be a part of my perfect family! Look at us! All three of us!
Genuinely, Aoi, what part of her family seems perfect to you? I don't understand that part of it.
We're the Kurosawa family, and we're finally back together!
Now, okay, I understand that
We're
actually,
happy, right?
it's just that her issues latched on to Noriko, because Noriko actually cared about her, but come on, what part of this is, like, good?
We're happy.
Still on my knees, I slowly lower my head to the ground and let it rest on the soft carpet. I barely register the sound of the door behind me opening slowly. After the creaking hinges come to rest, a strong voice floods my ears.
Yo, Harold.
Oh. Hi, Junpei.
You're Noriko no longer. Got work for you.
Wait! No, that's Kojiro! What? Kojiro was running the human removal service? I figured he was still alive. I figured he didn't die. But... Source of the voice wanders towards me and towers above my face-down form. He said I'm no longer Noriko. Can my identity just slip away so easily? Can it vanish into thin air like it was never truly a part of me?
No, I will always be. I am Noriko!
I leaped to my feet and launched myself at the man who dared to enter my apartment and tell me that I'm not truly who I want to be. I barely catch a glimpse of his face before he pummels me in the nose with a broad fist. I'm on the floor again in an instant, the dizzying lights above me spinning in my blurred vision.
Get your things. We're cleaning up after Corpse Girl's mess.
What is happening? Epilogue, Nobel Sinclair! So are all of the endings different characters? Not actually like alternate endings? The book is almost warm in my hand. The pristine volume, fresh off the printing press. Paperback, though I would have preferred hardback. Been a while since I last published a book. Years. Listen, Izu and Waddle have been really, really excited for this game. Her too, but I assume she's still playing Danganronpa right now. The few fans I have probably thought I disappeared off the face of the planet. I did, in a way. Not my fault. Death is death. Nobel Sinclair died in a fire inside his family home. Oh. Wait, but Nobel Sinclair is a real person, aren't they? I know that name. Hold on. Nobel Sinclair. Yeah, they were an American writer in 1930. Sinclair Lewis. Okay. No, Nobel Sinclair is not a real person. Sinclair Lewis is, and they won the Nobel Prize. Okay. Wow. My kind of knowledge of things made this way better and fucked up. My brain gaslighted me for real. That made this so much better, because I'm like, wait, no, I kind of know this. I know what you're talking about. Not my fault. Death is death. Nobel Sinclair died in a fire inside his family home. That was a long time ago. Even though my name burned to ash, my body survived. Had to pick up a new name after that. Can't wander this planet without one. The thing is though, like, the books they're talking about exist. I'm gonna assume not written by Sinclair Lewis. But, like, the kind of things that I know, everything is so like, yeah, that exists, that exists, that exists, that exists, that my brain put it all together. I'm like, yeah, that's a real thing. Had to pick up a new name after that. Can't wander this planet without one. His body went on living for quite a while with the new name. I even grew to like it. Then the strangest thing happened. Another fire, inside a morgue this time. The new name went up in flames. My body survived. Again. Fate? Don't know. Felt a bit lost after that. Felt a bit unlike anybody. I decided to pick the old name back up, dusted it off, pinned it on my chest. Nobel Sinclair. Always suited me. Mother gave it to me after all. This time I didn't want to completely disregard my existence. The time I spent as another man. Too much happened. I've got too much to tell. Too many tales to keep to myself. So this new book tells the entire story from start to end. Wow, he did actually cut his arm off, though. Wasn't easy typing page after page with only one arm. One of the most taxing and challenging things I've ever attempted. But now it's done. Soon, this new volume will hit store shelves across the country. The world will know everything. I used pseudonyms throughout the book to protect the identities of the guilty. Didn't print Noriko Kurosawa's real name even once. Didn't identify Junpei Matsumoto or Aoi Sato. Didn't call out Tomoe Watanabe or even that wannabe detective that always chases me, Shinya Fujikawa. And more importantly, I didn't print my previous name. Not that name, anyway. I confessed a lot of things within this text. I even confessed my involvement with the Human Removal Service. Getting caught up in that organization's web of deaths wasn't something I ever intended to do. It wasn't something Kojiro ever would have done, but it was necessary. Necessary in order to finish this latest book. Nobel Sinclair rose through the ranks of the Shadow Society within mere weeks. Chalked up to his, or my, macabre experiences. Couldn't have done it without the connections I formed as Kojiro. Couldn't have done any of this without him. I'm at the top of the ladder now, so to speak. Got a bunch of killers on my payroll. Even the dog Junpei is on my leash now. He is the leader of the Human Removal Services. Also, yeah, the book is Corpse Factory. Don't know where I'll go from here. Original plan was to shut the Human Removal Service down, delete its existence as a final act of love for Noriko. But the power is nice. The power is intoxicating. Again, Kojiro wouldn't have toyed around with something like this. I'm not Kojiro. I look over the book in my hand once more. It's heavy, full of words that carry more weight than they should. Whether people believe the content of this book is out of my control. But those with a keen intellect will surely be able to piece the truth together. My eyes scan the cover and read over the large embossed letters. Corpse Factory, a novel by Nobel Sinclair. Please play Crow Factory and then... Yeah, okay, I saw that, I will. Don't worry. I'm gonna go through all of the... I mean, I saw Crow Factory on the title screen. I'm gonna play that, I'm gonna do all the endings. I've never been more proud of my work. The end. Except we're not actually done yet. Alright, so we will do Crow Factory. We're gonna do all the endings first. It's gonna give me a list, or is it just gonna go through them one at a time? Which ending would you like to view? True, false, bonus. So do you always get hell first? I guess we'll do... Is there an order I should do them in? My thought is to do false, then true, then bonus. Interesting. or would go to hell. I bet it is actually affected by your choices, to at least some degree. Yeah, all two of them. So okay, no recommendations on order. I will do false then. False is cooler than true? Okay, so do true first. Alright. Ending A, true. Noriko Kurosawa. 3 months later. Sometimes on dark and overcast days, I can feel the cold bite of steel inside my gut. I'm gonna assume this is real Noriko? It's a phantom sensation that flickers and dissipates within moments. My doctors say it's nothing to be concerned about, but that doesn't prevent me from pulling my clothes aside to examine the skin underneath. Yeah, okay, this is real Noriko. Sight of the scar does little to comfort me. I don't think I should have survived this injury. I don't think I should have walked away after regaining consciousness. But somehow I survived that encounter with Aoi. In the darkest recesses of my memory, I can vaguely recall the warmth of strong arms carrying me from that factory, carrying me to safety. Strong arms, so that wouldn't be Kojiro. Maybe Tomoe? Somebody saved me on that fateful day, but I don't know who. Regardless, I owe them my life. My new life, a life that is actually worth something. A life that doesn't consist of skulking in the shadows and pretending to be a beautiful corpse. I look down at the empty plate before me and smile. Still unaccustomed to the sight of a finished meal, but I'm slowly learning to love it. She's getting better! We did it! We fixed her! My stomach feels full, truly full, not just full enough, like I used to force myself to believe. I've put on 4 pounds recently. Good. For you, good. 4 good, healthy pounds. My cheeks glow with vitality, my skin is no longer the sickly color of ghastly flesh. The waiters at this restaurant are probably getting sick of seeing me in here every other day, but I don't mind. I eat well here and I've learned to cook at home, too. Tomoe, of all people, taught me how to prepare dinner. I never expected to study the culinary arts and someone like her, hunter like her. Yeah, they became friends again! But she has a knack for bringing out the flavor in food. She says she picked up a few things from years of caring for her kid siblings. I've learned a lot from her. Push my plate to the side and take a sip of water. Time to pay the bill and get going. There are things to do tonight, after all. Oh, back to the factory. Months have passed since the last time I set foot on these cursed grounds. The wafting stench of decay invades my nostrils and threatens to make me spill the contents of my stomach on the asphalt. It's a stench that I was once completely accustomed to. Now it's a sickening reminder of the person I used to be not so long ago. I didn't want to come here tonight. I didn't want to come here ever. Yet here I am. Call it a hunch or a premonition, or just a bad feeling, but some part of my mind urged me to visit this place after receiving a strange text message this morning. A text message that seemed both alien and familiar at the same time. Solitary word decorated the contents of the message. Goodbye. But what drew my attention the most was the image attachment, a photo of a young woman. A young woman bent over backwards, her face obscured by matted hair and blood, and her chest exploding open from the inside. The young woman in the photo was me. Oh, it was an image of my own corpse. The craftsmanship was excellent. The cadaver used to replicate my body looked just like me. My first assumption was that the human removal services sent this photo to me, but upon a moment of deliberation, that didn't seem to be the case. The human removal services activity has declined rapidly as of late. The number of murders, or suicides, depending on how you look at it, across Tokyo have decelerated so quickly that it's almost as if the human removal services never existed at all. Besides, that organization had a particular trademark when sending out doctored corpse photos. They would include instructions within the message, instructions for the victim to follow, usually involving the murder of another victim. The message I received simply said goodbye. My corpse photo feels personal. It's typical of the work I used to perform. It's almost as if somebody took over the identity of Corpse Girl, the role that I once filled. But that's crazy, isn't it? I take a deep breath and stride towards the factory's entrance. I almost choke as I breathe in the thick air. The stench of death hangs like smoke inside the factory. The place looks just like it did when I was last here. The notable exceptions are the fresh cadavers displayed here and there upon the warehouse racks, so somebody's been filling up the factory. Somebody is living here. Somebody is continuing Corpse Girl's work. And Somebody thought it would be wise to target me as the victim. Me, Noriko Kurosawa. Somebody made a fatal mistake. I assume Aoi's been doing the corpse girling, because that was her whole deal. Kojiro probably sent this one, though? Animalistic instinct rises within me as my legs move with purpose. My feet claw at the damaged concrete ground with every step. I'll kill the new corpse girl. I'll kill her and bury her. Enough is enough. I'll end the cycle of death that I started so long ago.
Who are you?
Yep, there's Aoi. A meek voice slinks through the darkness, tugging aside the veil of silence ever so gently. I concentrate hard in order to identify the direction it came from. If I'm taken off guard, even for just a second, it may be my end. My left. The voice came from my left. I spin on one heel and immediately feel bile rise in my throat.
May I help you with something? What the fuck is this? My name is Noriko. Noriko Kurosawa. It's nice to meet you. What's your name? Aoi? Is that you?
I feel like I'm looking in a twisted mirror. The girl before me is not me, and yet...
Are you here to buy a corpse?
Buy? What?
I have plenty on display. You can browse as much as you like.
Okay, you changed your business model.
But that one on the end of the rack is reserved. Sorry.
She runs her grimy hands through her unwashed hair and scratches at her scalp violently. A fleck of spittle drops from her lower lip as her eyes glaze over. This is Aoi Sato. Despite the hair and makeup and the clothes, my old clothes, her voice is the same as I remember.
Aoi, knock it off. You're scaring me. Who is Aoi? Is that your name? Well, it's nice to meet you, Aoi. My name is Noriko.
Moment of clarity brings immediate understanding. Just like when I was torn between my own identity and that of Corpse Girl, Aoi has become me. But her transformation hasn't been kind to her. Any recognition of her previous self has vanished. She doesn't even know her real name. After everything I've been through, I should be more forgiving to someone struggling with their identity. She tried to kill you? I should be understanding and sympathetic. Aoi, Noriko, grasps for air as my fingers clench her throat. Ah! I ram my knee into her stomach and smash her into the warehouse racking, causing several stiff cadavers to crash to the ground around us.
Stop!
Aoi's lost herself. She has discarded all remnants of who she once was. I'm fine with that. I can almost relate to it. But I am Noriko Kurosawa. I have reclaimed my true self and I won't let her become me. I am Noriko Kurosawa. And this bitch that stabbed me and left me for dead, will not take my life away from me. Ah, she's slipping a little bit.
Die!
I press Aoi against the steel racks and feel something within her frail body either bend or break. Her dull, tired eyes begin to droop, and the hands scratching at my wrist suddenly give up the fight. Oh, excuse me. I realize I'm panting heavily as I clutch her neck. Her own ragged breathing synchronizes with mine. It's almost as though we were one person. No. She is not me.
You are not me!
Persona! She awakened her persona. She did it. I scream and feel my fingernails puncture her skin. My fingers pierce her neck and drill into her flesh, stopping only when they clasp tightly around her spinal column. With all the strengths I can pull from within me, I twist my arm and throw Aoi to the blood-splattered concrete. She hits the ground unceremoniously, her lightweight body barely making a sound as her vacant, dead eyes stare up at the cracked ceiling. Oh! Okay. Are we burying her with Corpse Girl? Yep. I never imagined I'd have to dig up the grave for a second time. When I buried Corpse Girl in the garden below our former apartment, I didn't predict I'd have to see her again so soon. But here she is, still rotten and miserable. I thought her burial was going to be the end of it all. A symbolic gesture to help me leave behind the person I'd become. It was a way to reclaim my former self and bury the past. Corpse Girl doesn't say anything Corpse Girl doesn't say anything when she sees me lift the dirt from her resting place. She doesn't give any indication that she even notices my presence. Fine, be that way. I couldn't care less.
I brought a friend for you. Someone to keep you company.
How is no one seeing her do this? With a great deal of effort, I haul the body of Aoi into the narrow pit and let it collapse beside Corpse Girl. The girl in my old clothes seems to cuddle up to her new companion. It's almost fitting that the person who became me should rest eternally beside the person I had tried to become. I think I can rest easy knowing that they're both on the ground. I think nothing further can prevent me from being Noriko.
Suppose I should say a few words. You were my best friend, Aoi, and I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry that I only ever wanted to save myself.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
I hope that you at least found some happiness by becoming me. Goodbye.
I clutch the small shovel in my hands and begin to fill in the makeshift grave. Dirt and rocks pile into the pit slowly. I mistake the faint howl of the wind as the final moan from the girl I once knew as Aoi. Covered in dirt and grime and blood and muck and God knows what else, I collapse onto the floor of my new apartment. I'm very fortunate I managed to find this place. Someone moved out in a hurry, and I was able to move in with just the first month's rent paid up front. Don't know if I'll be able to afford next month's payment, but I'll face that challenge when it arrives. For now, everything is finally over. I should shower, or bathe, or at least scrub the filth from my skin. But I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. This is the price of being Noriko Kurosawa. I roll over onto my side and grab my phone, slowly bringing it to my eye level. An involuntary frown masks my dirt-encrusted face when I notice the icon for one missed call on my screen. An unknown number. A short message tells me the caller left a voicemail. I don't know who would have called me at such a late hour. It's well past midnight after all. I'm gonna assume Kojiro. I close my eyes and let the voicemail play.
Hey.
Yep.
Bit late. Saus.
Fuzz.
We should talk.
We should talk.
Call me?
That ending is mean. Alright, on to false. Noriko Kurosawa. Real? Fake? 3 months later. Okay. Same time frame as the other one. Okay, just picking up right here. Aoi and I always used to dream about getting away, breaking away from all of the stress and tension of our everyday world. She dreamt of going somewhere cold for a winter getaway, somewhere she could snuggle up by a warm fireplace and drink hot cocoa and feel at peace. I told her I'd like to visit a sunny holiday destination. But I don't know why I said that back then. It was a lie. I hated the sun. The harsh light and the warmth always used to leave my skin feeling prickly and scorched. However, things have changed, through no plans of my own. For some reason, leaving behind the life of Corpse Girl helped me appreciate a few things of life, a few of the little things in life. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just happy I survived. Maybe I'm just glad that I don't have to keep living in that accursed apartment. I haven't fully recovered from the stab wound Aoi inflicted upon me. I haven't fully recovered from the scar she left in my heart. Oh wow, she actually did that! How did you not die? I don't think I will ever 100% be 100% healthy again. My doctor says things like these take time, but maybe a slight limp and a dull ache in my gut from time to time is a small price to pay for my life. I made the decision a few weeks ago to attempt a beachside vacation. It went well. Pale, ghostly Noriko Kurosawa sat on a beach and attempted to get a tan. I did it for myself, not out of some misguided notion that I should live out a dream vacation for Aoi's sake. Aoi can go on her own damn vacation whenever she wants. She can't anymore. It's not like she's limping around with a cane and a serpentine scar across her beautiful skin. It's not like she had to struggle against the entire world just to get on an airplane. The bench was gorgeous, the water was pristine. I'd never seen anything like it in all my life. But those memories of sunshine and relaxation were fleeting. Sitting alone now in this empty apartment makes that painfully clear. I had to return to Tokyo eventually, it was inevitable. But it feels like there's nothing here for me anymore. Maybe I'll move out. Maybe I'll move once more, go to Osaka or Nagoya. No one in Tokyo for me. Aoi, Kojiro, they're either dead or dead to me. Tomoe doesn't call me, doesn't answer her messages, but you said she was teaching you how to cook. Shinya, nothing. No one in Tokyo for me. My eyelids close gently and the sweet embrace of sleep takes me. I decide to go for a walk to clear my head. But after returning to my new apartment building, I somehow forget my apartment number. I've only just moved in after all.
Shit. How could I forget something so important?
I wandered the cold hallways trying to locate my place. 238 or 248, which one was it? Completely lost, I decided to turn around and make search in the opposite direction. As I turned, a slightly open door catches my attention. Who would leave their door open? Anyone can walk into your apartment and steal your belongings. This thought quickly scampers off as I find myself pushing the door ever so gently. It swings open slowly, revealing a room lit only by the flickering light of a television.
Hello? You left your door open. Is anyone in there?
My timid voice sounds unfamiliar to my own ears. I realize that I've rarely spoken in the last few days, save for the occasional pleasantry exchanged with the staff from the moving company. When no one answers from within the room is forthcoming, I take a careful step inside. No sound comes from the television in the corner. It's been muted by the screen, but the screen has been left on for some reason. So, worth noting, Shinya still wants to kill me. My eyes strain to peer into the near darkness. Once my eyes eventually decipher the scene before me, I realize that I'll never be able to delete the vision that's plagued me for most of my life. Oh. Great, another one. I'm assuming this isn't actually her mom. Someone killed themselves here and she's superimposing her mom onto it. My mother hangs from the ceiling, a rope coiled around her neck like a boa constrictor. Her mouth is agape, a half smile, a half scream upon her lips. Her eyes are vacant and stained black with a filthy muck of regret. And her legs dangle, helpless, unable to secure a foothold upon the chair that has fallen to the ground. The chair that I kicked out from under her while I laughed and laughed along with Noriko. A thick clump of bile bubbles up within my throat, and it takes all of my strength to resist keeling over and vomiting. The body hanging above me, the soulless corpse peering down at me. This is not my mother. This is not. This person, this nameless woman, she's been dead for hours at least. I didn't kick the chair out from under her. Noriko isn't here laughing alongside me. I'm here alone. The woman isn't struggling. She isn't pleading for help or forgiveness. She isn't cursing her stupid mistake. She's gone. Just gone. Her soul is departed for whatever afterlife awaits us once we leave this purgatory. She is nothing more than a hanging corpse, nothing more than a sack of flesh and bone. The disgusting urge to throw up begins to ebb away as I stare up at the ceiling. Light of the television illuminates the corpse face briefly, revealing skin gently kissed by light freckles and eyes creased with soft wrinkles. She's older than me, perhaps by a decade, but she is by no means less beautiful than I am. Her hair is long and soft, and I get a sudden urge to brush it aside, to sweep it away from her eyes and tell her everything is going to be okay. Before I can even understand it, I'm standing upon the bed in order to reach up to the ceiling. I rest one hand lightly on her shoulder, then go ahead and brush some of those stray locks from her eyes with my fingers. If I look past those empty eyes, those eyes that stare at me and see everything I am. If I look past them, I see a gorgeous woman before me. I'm utterly entranced by her. I rest my cheek against hers, her skin still surprisingly warm. Perhaps she did not perish as long ago as I initially assumed.
Sorry.
I don't know why I say those words. Maybe it's guilt? Guilt. I caused a lot of people to end up like her, forced them to end their own lives out of fear, or distress, or desperation. No, that's wrong. I'm not guilty of those things. Corpse Girl is the one responsible. It's not my fault those people died. I wasn't myself. Regardless, to think that I helped Corpse Girl destroy so much beauty makes me feel ill.
What's your name?
The corpse doesn't answer.
A silent type, hey?
Uh-oh.
That's okay.
Uh-oh, she's losing it again.
My name's Noriko. Are you hungry? Can I treat you to a meal?
No reply.
Shh. It's okay. Come on. I'll get you down from
Oh
there.
man, Noriko, you were doing so well in the other
Let's get
ending.
you dressed. I'll put you in something nice. It's warm outside, so how about a light dress?
Nothing. It takes some time to unloop the rope from her neck and return her to the floor safely. Some part of my subconscious knows exactly how to move her carefully, to dress her, to apply her makeup, and bring out her inner beauty. Can't recall if I've done something like this before. Have I taken a corpse out to dinner before? Oh, she's fully lost it again. I can't recall if I just read about it in a book or if I've experienced a similar situation. Just because she's dead doesn't mean that I shouldn't treat her right. Just because she's dead doesn't mean she's not beautiful and worthy of my love. After a bit of time, my gorgeous friend is dressed to impress. We're ready to go out for dinner. She's not very talkative, so I'll place her order and keep the conversation going. People might look at us, they might stare or even judge us, but we'll be okay. We're two beautiful young women simply enjoying each other's company. She'll start to decay soon, like a strange flower wilting moments after being taken out of water. As for me, I think I've been decaying for a long time. I hope this nameless corpse girl can help me feel alive again. She offers me a slight smile as I take her hand and lead her out into the blinding lights of the hallway. I blush. Oh boy. Poor Noriko. Alright. Bonus ending. Hey, okay, Tomoe. God, this place is boring as hell. After all the shit I've been through this year, I simply can't believe I'm still working here. If it weren't for Shinya, I probably wouldn't bother coming in every day. But I want to patch things up with him. If I keep talking to him in the office, surely I'll crawl my way to forgiveness. Speaking of that son of a bitch, here he comes now. Look at him. He walks past my desk and doesn't even acknowledge my existence. How can he ignore me after all the time we spent together? Fucking hell. He irritates the shit out of me sometimes. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. If he won't talk to me, I'll make him talk. I leave my desk and stride over to him. My heavy footsteps aren't exactly elegant or befitting a lady, as my mother used to always say, but I don't really give a flying fuck.
Hey, what's going on?
Blurred, drawling words that drip from my mouth don't come out the way I want. That always seems to be the case. Everyone treats me like some dumbass dipshit because of the way I speak. They don't understand that it's the way somebody thinks that really matters. I can't help it if I was brought up to speak like a fucking imbecile. Blame my father, not me.
Oh. Hello, Tomoe.
Hello yourself. What's a gal gotta do to get a conversation out of you these days?
Huh? What do you mean?
Come on. You know we don't speak like we used to.
Yeah, because you broke up with him.
Well, we broke up. You dumped me. What exactly do you expect from me now?
Oh, please. You know I'm sorry for that. I told you 1,000 times that breaking it off with you was the stupidest thing I've ever done. So come on. Get back together with me, will ya?
Tomoe, you broke my heart.
Yeah, I know. Shinya, I really love you. I need you.
I'm not normally one to get embarrassed, but letting my feelings hang in the air between us really makes me uncomfortable. I understand why he's, like, trepidatious to get back. I assume he did something. Because in the other scene, where we last saw them, he was like, hey, get back with me, please.
Did you hear about my father?
Is he dead?
Huh?
Wasn't expecting him to shrug off my confession with a swift change of topic.
Tracked down an important member of the human removal service.
Oh.
Jeez, not this shit again. Can't you just let it all go?
No, I can never do that. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I could use a hand, if you're willing to assist.
He wants nothing to do with any of that.
Having someone by my side with insider
Okay, he
information
knows that she's
rather
part of it
handy.
now.
Don't you agree?
Kind of blindsided by his request. I know that he knows everything. I'd be stupid to pretend he hasn't figured it all out by now. He knows that my involvement is Noriko. He knows that I had a hand, however indirectly, in the suicide cases that Corpse Girl painted across the city.
I'm not going to judge you for working with Noriko. If you can help me bring the greater perpetrator to justice, the head of the human removal service, then I think it may have been a good thing that you did what you did.
That's so. You'd forgive me for getting involved with such stupid shit?
Yes. I'd have no choice but to forgive you. And maybe we can even move further forward.
Oh, Tomoe, he's just using you. I know he's just saying what I want to hear. He can be manipulative in his own way. But if there's a chance I can make up for the shit I've done and win Shinya over again, then I have to go for it.
Right. Sign me up then, or whatever. I'll help out.
Thank you, Tomoe. I'm going to interview the individual involved with the human removal service.
Who?
Are you allowed
I
to
imagine
do that?
Junpei?
Of course. Father said I'm an important member of the investigation team.
You're
now.
not.
I'd like you to come with me. You might be able to point out any inconsistencies in his testimony.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best.
I hate how much I've turned around on Tomoe. It's not fair. For the first time in a long time, Shinya smiles at me.
Ah, shit, man. I told you, I don't know. Can you just leave me alone?
Guy is pathetic. Every time I open my mouth, he flinches and recoils in terror. He thinks I'm going to hit him or stab him. No, my hate on her then was totally fair. She was awful in the beginning. She's still kind of awful, but like, we know more about her now so that we can see it's not that bad. If she hadn't beaten the shit out of Noriko, I probably wouldn't have been so hard on her so immediately, but she did. Off topic, how's your mic set up? What do you mean? Is my audio bad? Guy's pathetic. Every time I open my mouth, he flinches and recoils in terror like he thinks I'm gonna hit him or stab him.
Listen here, you little shit.
In
If you
general,
don't spill the
I'll
tea, my man
talk
here
later
will
in
crush
the,
your fat skull into dust.
I'll talk later about it in the Discord if you have any questions about my mic and stuff. Unless like something is wrong and that's why you're saying it. Because then I'll tell me and I'll fix it.
Tomoe, maybe you should let me do the talking from here on out.
Whatever.
I back off and let Shinya take my place. I talked him up, so I thought he'd be pleased, but maybe I just annoyed him.
Mr. Matsumoto.
Please, just call me June. Hey, nice try, mister. I ain't your friend. You can address me formally. Thank you very much.
He was. What do you mean? He folds his arm across his chest and adopts a pouting expression of a child.
Yes. Well, as I was saying, Mr. Matsumoto, you understand why you've been brought in for questioning, yes?
Yeah, man, but, like, I'm totes innocent, you know?
No, I don't know, because you're not innocent.
I don't even know nothing about the human removal service.
No one ever said anything about the human removal service. I don't actually know if that's the case.
You guys think I'm involved, but you haven't given a reason why you think that.
They don't actually have to do that. Shinya retrieves a small pocket notebook from somewhere and flips through the pages. After a moment's silence, he clears his throat.
Several witnesses, plus a security
Finally!
camera placed
Finally,
you at the scene of the
security
murder just
cameras!
2 days ago. Now, it's apparent you weren't the culprit. However, your activities at the time of the incident were questionable at best.
Oh, what activities are you referring to, Detective Man?
You were cheering, and I quote, "Kill him dead. Kill him dead."
Really? Really, Junpei? You're bad at this, actually.
Yo, that don't sound like something I'd say. I want my lawyer. You can't detain me here.
They can detain you here. You should ask for a lawyer.
Mr. Matsumoto, you willingly came here when we contacted you.
Then he can leave at any time.
You are not under arrest.
Then he can leave at any time.
This is ludicrous. Ludicrous, I say.
Okay, so just putting this out there for anyone. Again, this is Japanese, so it might not be the same. But in American law, if you are not under arrest, you do not have to say anything. Anything you do say to anyone can be used. If you are not under arrest, you can leave at any time. They cannot hold you unless you are under arrest. 2, if you are under arrest, don't say shit, get a lawyer. Ask for a lawyer. They're free. At least on that base level. Don't say anything. It doesn't matter if you did or didn't do anything. Get a lawyer. Again, if you're not under arrest, don't say anything incriminating.
Be that as it may, I have a few more questions. One witness declared that you followed the masked culprit after they fled the scene of the crime. Is there any truth to this claim?
Nah, man, like, I just needed to go the same direction.
As the masked murderer that you just watched kill someone.
I've got no idea who this Herald.
No
person
one
you
said
keep
anything about a
mentioning
herald.
is.
Shinya raised an eyebrow and cast me a dark look. I just shrugged.
Never mentioned the word herald. Is that the name the culprit refers to themselves as?
Oh, this is like some detective mind trick, ain't it?
And
I have the right to remain silent. Anything I say or do, or whatever, can be like...
I've had enough of this creeps and eight ramblings.
Listen up.
Slam my fist against the table and send Junpei rolling back in his seat. He nearly falls off the chair, but manages to regain his balance.
You've got 2 options here. Number 1, tell us the identity of that killer, the person you called the Herald.
What's the other option?
Die!
Number 2, Tell us who is really in charge of the human removal service.
Sweaty, pulsating forehead is glowing red.
I'll...
Man! Assuming, I'm going to just say for a second, he knows the head of the human removal service, which of course we now know is Kojiro. Kojiro walking up to him and being like, tell me who they are, as he beats the shit out of him, is actually so funny. No wonder he's crying.
I can't betray the identity of the Herald. I just can't. But the guy behind all of this, I say fuck him. I'll sell him out if it means you'll pardon my involvement.
That's not what they said. I don't know what caused a sudden change in attitude, but Shinya gives me a graceful nod and it feels good to have been helpful.
Please, Mr. Matsumoto. Please give us a name.
Okay. Look. You gotta know this. I don't have all the deets, okay? I'm not as important as y'all think I am.
I mean, that's not really true.
But the guy running this whole thing?
You're the one that disseminates information to all the actual killers.
He's got an army of masked killers. An army of damaged chicks all going around killing.
Oh, they're all girls.
Calling themselves
oh no
the Herald.
His all of his people are fucked up, mentally ill girls. That's awful.
And the name of this ringleader?
Like I said, I don't know everything. I don't got his full name. I only know him as N. Sinclair.
N. Sinclair. A foreign name, although the first name could be Japanese, I suppose. Shinya is jotting the name down and confirming the correct spelling with Junpei. I find myself lost in a thought far detached from this moment. For some strange reason, Noriko's face pops into my mind. I have a fuzzy recollection of a conversation with her, but any attempt to clarify the thought in my mind is useless.
Shinya, is the name familiar to you?
Yes.
Amazing. Shinya always surprises me.
So who is it?
Noriko Kurosawa once told me about a book she was reading. Now, please understand, I don't share the same taste in fiction as hers, so...
Yeah, I get it. Get to the point.
She used to read the most macabre, horrific stories.
Big surprise there.
And she told me about one book in particular. A book about a man obsessed with corpses.
Obsessed with corpses, huh? Jeez, don't that sound familiar? Wait, what am I saying? That does sound familiar.
Yeah. I thought you were just being sarcastic with that last
She
statement.
told me about that book, too.
Oh, okay.
Flower. Something about a flower.
Yes. Strange Flower. A book by Nobel Sinclair.
Nobel Sinclair. And Sinclair himself.
Jeez. You reckon that's the guy behind the human removal service?
I don't know, but it's a lead. A man obsessed with the dead. Truly despicable.
That's one way to put it. I've done my time with sickos like that, had enough of it and put it all behind me.
Oh, Detective Man. Can I, go now?
No, now you are a suspect and a witness in the investigation.
Absolutely not.
Shinya turns away from Junpei and beckons for one of the armed police officers standing guard at the room's entrance. Also, good to remember, police cannot make deals. It does not matter what a cop promises you, unless a prosecutor is promising it, it's not real. The officer walks over and awaits Shinya's command.
Arrest this man.
Yo, that's whack. What are you doing?
The police officer cuffs Junpei and yanks him out of his chair.
Damn. Shinya, that was cold.
It had to be done.
Junpei Matsumoto is dragged away, kicking and screaming. Silence falls upon the room after the door closes in the police officer's wake.
So, what now, Detective Man?
Shinya scratches his chin as though wondering why I would call him that, but he doesn't voice his discontent.
Our next step is to track down the author, Nobel Sinclair. Maybe he's our culprit, maybe not. Either way, we won't know until we talk to him.
Right on. And what about...
Shinya interrupts me with a sudden soft kiss on the lips. Oh no! He's really manipulating her! Close my eyes and lean into him, letting his warmth envelop me.
Shinya...
I couldn't have done this without you, Tomoe. And I wouldn't be the man I am today had it not been for you. So,
I don't believe you.
Does this mean you want to be with me again?
yes. If you'll have me.
Oh, I did you for Noriko, I'm begging. I don't know that that's better, but I feel like if Tomoe and Noriko were actually together, Tomoe would do wonders for Noriko. Actually. My heart swells with this confirmation. I've never been so happy.
Shinya, of course.
That's true. Noriko and True Ending didn't seem awful. Well, so what I'm wondering, are these different endings or are they all one, like, timeline, just one after another? Kisses me again and the fear I had of losing him instantly washes away. I won't fuck it up this time. I'll keep him close to me and protect him forever. I reluctantly break away from his embrace and hold his chin delicately in my fingers.
Let's go find this Nobel Sinclair fucker.
Yes. Let's find him and bring him to justice.
Alright, that should be all of the endings. Yes. I'm gonna assume epilogue is just, yeah, okay. So, let's find out what Crow Factory is. Noriko Kurosawa, I fucking... Why is it her tofu boyfriend? I've always liked the shape of my wings. I can be critical about other parts of my body, but I'll never complain about my wings. With or without feathers, I think they look great. Mother used to tell me I inherited her wings, and my big sister inherited father's wings. How long is this? Is this just the whole game again as crows? To be honest, I don't see father's feathers in myself. Okay, myself or my sister. But I do agree that my wings are exact replicas of mother's. Mother's doesn't fly too well anymore, and that might be something I have to also worry about in the future. But for now, my wings are perfect, and I couldn't be happier with them. Today's morning ritual is the same as any other workday. I'm a slave to the shiny things, and I'm not proud of it. Call me a poor rich sellout, but I can't survive without the shiny things. That's just the cost of being me, nor a Kurosawa. My alarm goes off at 6 a.m. The early bird catches the worm after all. I will hydrate. I skip breakfast because I don't want my beak dirty by digging in the dirt. I'm out of my cramped nest by 6:45 a.m. Alright, let's see it. Let's see Shinya. Static drone of workplace noise fills my ear holes. Chirping, ring phones, feathers tapping against keyboards, photocopiers, even the steady low hum of the air conditioner contributes to the overall din. Before I can take a step towards my desk, a mocking trill whispers behind me. Oh my god, this is Tomoe. You look like bird shit. Scree, scree! It looks like you've been sleeping in a tree. It suits ya. Scree! I'm mad that these aren't voiced. I don't know what she's talking about. I can't really focus on what she's saying. You know, I'm talking here. It's ridiculous that Elvis bird in this nest. Swallow in an attempt to moisten my parched throat before speaking in a cracked voice. Do you need something, Kaka? Nah, I'm done with you, skank. Chromite turns tail and walks away. I sigh and sit down in my office chair. Why do I feel so exhausted? I need to calm down and focus on Crow Girl's work. I can't let things like exhaustion and social anxiety stand in my way. I take a deep breath. I'm in control now. I'm myself again. I'm Noriko, stoic and unflinching. I'm Crow Girl, successful and feared. I can kill people as easily as I can manipulate simple tools in order to obtain food. People like Chromoe should be scared of me. People like Chromoe shouldn't mess with me. I'm in control now. Alright, we have to see every character clearly. Decided to visit an old favorite hangout today, an old perch, if you will. Public libraries don't get the credit they deserve in this age. They're quiet, calm, soothing. I can sit here for hours, for free, and just get lost in different worlds. I don't feel judged here. Nobody looks at me and mocks my feathers or my beak. Nobody looks at me and asks if I've eaten enough worms lately. Nobody makes fun of me, the lonely bird in the corner reading Lovecraft and calmly preening her feathers. Cthulhu, huh? You a Lovecraft nerd? Crouchero. I blink twice and look at the strange bird standing over me. Saus. Didn't mean to interrupt. Notice you're reading Lovecraft. Huh. In Japanese, too. Didn't know that book has been translated. Yeah, my English isn't great, so I read the translated versions. That's mad. Do they translate esoteric names? Can't imagine Cthulhu being easy to write in kanji. Well, it's written in katakana, so... Of course. Krojiro. The bird extends a wing, and I can't tell if he wants to shake me... If he wants me to shake it or pass him my book. What? I'm Krojiro. You? Noriko. Kurosawa. Nice. Just Krojiro for me. No last name. Call me Kroji. You don't have a last name? Used to. Lost it. Fell out of the nest, you know. I'm just Krojiro now. He sure did say that, huh? This guy's weird. His feathers smell like they've been dragged through the dirt. His face is unshaven. Writer's note. I've got no bird joke for unshaven, sorry. Plucked? Ugh. And his eyes are scarily clear and focused, despite being masked by a pair of thick glasses. I didn't mean to keep you. Saw us again. Later. Without so much as a glance back at me, the bird hops away. Try to turn my own thoughts, but the whole conversation just replays back in my head. What a bizarre encounter. Maybe I'll just head back to the nest for today. Unpreened. Writer's note, I'm out of bird jokes. Crow Factory can't end here, can it? Well, become a crow girl. Who will stop Crokio City from being overrun by bad bird jokes? Should I have even created this abomination of a minigame? Thanks for playing. You're welcome. Oh. Oh, this was fun. Corpse Factory was great. Well, it kind of ends on a semi-unsatisfying note. I really want a sequel, honestly. It feels very open to that. I don't know. I don't know if we get one, but I would definitely like to see a sequel happen. Does anybody know how long Haru's gonna be going for? Because I might rate her. She's gonna go for a while, but she's at 5.5 hours, so don't imagine she'll be going too much longer. She's on the trial still. I will. I'm gonna. Oh, never mind. It is Violet's birthday, so we are going to actually send you over to Violet, and then I'm gonna go watch Haru. But all right, I hope everybody enjoyed this. I don't know what I'm gonna do next week for this slot, because Raincoat is coming out not too far from now, and I'm gonna want to play that, and this would be a good slot for it. So I'm not sure yet, but Somnium Files will probably start soonish. I could play Frambeau, but we'll see. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good time, and I will see you in the future. Bye-bye now.